Hello everyone and welcome to this early morning stream. We're going to be looking at the World Championship match between Ding and Gukesh. But we're going to be doing it with a slight difference. We're going to be looking at it together with Leela. I fancied doing this when I read about this new development on the Leela blog. And then I thought, well, why not do it together with everyone else? And I mean, there are plenty of streams with some great players going on at the same time, so I'm not expecting a great deal of attention. But I thought, if you're interested, it might be quite nice to do this. What am I talking about? Well, let's just share my my screen just for now, and then you can see what we're talking about there. Allow. There we are. Let me just open up the chat whilst I'm there, just so that I don't miss anything there. I'm sharing my screen there. That is great. And what you're seeing is the website live.lc0.org. Now you can go there and you can see it all for yourselves. You don't need me to help you with that. But it's something that's been developed by the Leela team. So the same wizards that have given us Crazy Leela and Odds Leela have also given us Live Leela. And what is happening here is that Leela is going to be analysing the World Championship games as they are played, and Leela is giving its own insights in a very special way. Now we're all used to the SESI computer analysing very often Magnus's games and giving Stockfish's analysis. Well, here Leela is giving its analysis, but the beautiful thing about it is that every move is being analysed, giving an assessment in terms of win, draw, loss probability. So probability of a white win, probability of a draw, or probability of a black win. So what that gives you, rather than the normal, let's say, Stockfish value of plus 1.24, where you don't really know whether it's whether it's going to be a complicated win or an easy win or something that only Stockfish can find. You've got no idea really from that figure. What you see here is that, if you're just seeing something like this, a very high white, a very high percentage, for example, for a white win, and a very low percentage for a draw, high percentage for a black win, for example, then you'll know that it's a very, very sharp position. Now, I mean, it maybe the white winning percentage is quite high, but there's also quite a bit of black percentage chances. So what we should be able to find out from there is very much how sharply the players are playing. Are they taking risk going for positions where the winning chances for black and white are both quite high, or is it a position where the drawing percentage is very high and the winning percentage for both players is very low? It's a really nice additional insight. Plus, of course, you get Leela's own take on chess, which is always somewhat different to Stockfish's. Very often they coincide, just finding the best moves. But very often, in terms of approach and everything, Leela's quite different to Stockfish. And yeah, that's just brilliant insights. Again, I mean, it's always amazes me how much 3600 ELO engines can differ somehow in their ideas. Just shows how many possibilities there are in chess. And as well as looking a lot at that and really trying to understand what Leela is telling us, also going to obviously be doing a bit of stuff by myself. I've got my engines running in various configurations. I've got Obsidian and Torch available and various stuff. We're just going to have a look how it goes. I mean, if the game is interesting, I'll carry on for as long as whatever, and if it's not, then we might just abandon it. We'll see. But as I said, just meant to be a little extra. I mean, there is masses of absolutely wonderful commentary going on. I'm also going to be doing some commentary for Lichess, it looks like, so that's going to be good fun as well. But this is just a little bit of engine fun for the first game. Hey, Harry, how are you? Hello, aha. No, the game hasn't started yet. Starting in about 4 minutes. Let me just take you to Lichess. 3 minutes, they're saying. So, and we'll. I'm waiting. Hopefully. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit relying on the Leela guys to get the live stream up and going. If not, then yeah, we'll just sort of wing it. But anyway, with a bit of luck, it'll all work fine. And I'm assuming as well, we can also have a look. I'm assuming that Sese will also be up and running as well at some moment with the game. So yeah, should have a nice bit of engine stuff there. But obviously, what we're really keen on this time is Leela and Leela Live. H3 or H4 first game? No, I don't think so. Hey, Adrian. Hey, Geek9. Sorry, Geek9. Indeed. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I've really, really no idea what's going to happen, in terms of what players are going to play, and also what the approach would be. I mean, I always remember. I remember there was a documentary about Magnus, and they showed footage from the his first World Championship against Vichy in Chennai, and I remember how nervous Magnus looked. I've never seen Magnus look so nervous. And you really wondered a little bit. Wow, Vichy was had a good position in that first game. Actually, he was already a bit better with black. Out of the opening. If he could have found it in himself to try hard and push, you wouldn't have bet against him winning, and well, it might have changed the whole World Championship match somehow. I understand Vichy was also probably very nervous in his hometown, and first game of the World Championship, happy to just make an easy draw. But yeah, and you do sort of wonder somehow that Gukesh is such a cool customer, incredibly calm and collected. But surely even he will feel the huge nerves of the World Championship, and that's Ding's one big advantage, I think, at the moment. That he's played a World Championship match before. So I would really say that I would think that if Ding could really bring himself to really make a fight of the first game, then that would be a chance, I would think, where one of his advantages, the fact that he's played a World Championship match before. I think that would be great. Oh, thank you, Pavel. Yeah, no, I'm a bit worried about the load for Leela, but we'll see. I was doing my best to publicize it, but I don't have enormous amount of reach, So, but yeah, hopefully, hopefully a lot of people will do it. The guys said that they thought it would be able to handle the load, so I suppose they've scaled. I mean, they know what they're doing, right? So they probably scaled to a reasonable amount. And fingers crossed that, yeah, indeed, that it will survive. But well, we'll see. I mean, that goes for all sorts of different things at the moment. I would imagine that the interest in this match, is going to be absolutely massive. I can see already 2,500 people watching on Lichess. And yeah, obviously, I think that's going to explode somehow. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, no, it's true. I think, yeah, I guess that Ding's going to play some sort of solid opening. I mean, very much like Vichy did against Magnus. I mean, Magnus plays some sort of knight f3, g3 stuff. Be interesting to see what Gukesh does. Of course, it is comparing World Championship matches and openings and all that is a little bit tricky because 2013 and now, I mean, opening theory is just it's just not the same anymore. So. It's yeah, no, I mean they made a bit. They're making a big thing of it. They've really given their best there. So I'm pretty sure it's all going to be up there. But yeah, going to be really interesting. I mean, to be honest, if I was Gukesh, I would sort of feel that a long match would be in his favor. I mean, he's younger, he's got the stamina, he's also proven that he can play stably over long periods of time. Whereas Ding, recently with all his health troubles, you know, has really not shown that recently. So I would have thought that a good solid start, nothing amazing, would be Gukesh's tactic. And as I said, you know, I do feel that Ding, I don't think he's going to get so many chances. So I think if he has a chance in the first game, he has to really try and marshal himself and you know, and make the most of it. Just thinking back to that Magnus against Vichy match, and but yeah, I mean, e4. Well, there we are. That is an aggressive move from Gukesh. So very exciting. Let's have a look. Yes, Leela is up there. We've got 119 watching, so that is good. So let's just, I'm going to stay on this view for a moment. It can be a little bit confusing, you know, but it's, we'll gradually get used to all the numbers. D6, I don't think D6 happened. D5, come on, Leela, guys, get that sorted. We can't have the wrong moves. Yay, we're back up to knight c3. So far quite quite interesting. I mean, a French, to be honest, that's a pretty way out opening for a world championship match, I have to say. And then knight c3 from Gukesh. Now, yeah, there are some big theoretical lines in the I'll call it the Agderstein variation of this classical. With Queen b6, we might see that later, but let's have a look here. But this is, in general terms, there, when you're looking at the white winning probability and black winning probability, this is pretty high, really. You know, 39-12. So very, very interesting. Hadn't expected this at all. So very exciting. c5. So knight f3. Knight c2. I was almost going to say that. I wondered. So yeah, I mean the key problem with the main lines is that if you go knight f3, knight c6, bishop e3, there are these lines queen b6. Very, very sharp. Played by or is it? Sorry, it's was it c takes d4 and queen b6? Ah, Matthew. Anyway, something with Queen b6, played by Simon Agderstein when he played a world-class event after many years, and it ended up being an awful lot of theory, very hard for White to make something of it. I got my engines running on it, and Leela found a few extra interesting things, but yeah, it wasn't really, it wasn't, you know, it's perfectly preparable, you know. So knight c2 is, I mean, it's often played actually on move 5 already. I like this line very much, knight c2, played by Vichy in actual fact. Knight c2 quite a bit back in the day. So knight c2 is pretty similar, basically. I mean, obviously, if you take on d4, you're going to take back with a knight on d4. You don't particularly mind that. Nice knight in the center there. And otherwise, you can just go back pretty much to a 5 knight c2 line, solidify your center with c3, and then you can develop your king side. And yeah, I mean, often you just end up developing your king side like this, and you know, being ready for f5 pushes. Actually a very complicated line, this. Now, what does Leela say about this? Leela's giving it 39% white winning chances, 48.5% draw, 12.4% black winning chances. And yeah, actually looking at the lines that Leela's looking at with black, that's kind of increasing somehow. So white 35%, black 16%. So I mean, in terms of a modern opening in a world championship match, I mean, this is pretty. Yeah, this is pretty up there in terms of sharpness. You know, I think probably only the modern or something would be that. So it's quite interesting to see that Ding, you know, not taking much time. Obviously, seems to be well prepared, and also not getting paralyzed. You know, but actually putting out his moves there, which is good. You know, I mean, that's what you wanna see here. And White plays c3. I'm just checking along with my hierarchs book. just having a look to see what's been played before. I mean, Black's got quite a few plans here. In general terms, I mean, you know, what sort of things can Black do in this sort of position? Yeah, Queen B6, putting the Queen on B6 is quite common. You know, it hits the pawn on B2 and also puts some pressure on D4. Does get in the way of a later B5 to B4 from Black, which is quite, you know, quite a typical plan. Bishop E7 is the very flexible move, right? I mean, you might castle kingside, you might play F6, you might play B5, you might play Queen B6. You know, it's one of those very flexible moves that you can play. Other moves, yeah, I'm seeing A5 from Leela. This is also played quite a bit. You can play B6 and Bishop A6 then, you know, develop your bishop like that and also gain a bit more space on the queen side. Yeah, I like the move B5, although I think it's felt to be a little bit too early in this at this moment. But it always just feels right, you know, to play B5 and B4 and you know, get that queenside counterplay going. I find it hard to explain to myself why I wouldn't, you know, make use of the fact that White's played the knight to E2, blocking the bishop, no longer controlling B5. It just sort of feels play the move B5 then. You know, it's yeah, it's how you know, human players tend to reason, and often how I used to reason in the opening in terms of logic somehow. You know, when I was trying to convince myself to do something active. I mean, the point about a move Bishop E7 is that it's a decent move, but you need to have an idea of why you're doing it as well. You know, what you don't want to do is to make moves immediately like this, you know, and obviously, and then find that you're a couple of moves behind with your counterplay. Sometimes it's good to start counterplay immediately. So Ding is actually thinking here, which is interesting. It's possible then that he's not completely prepared for this, or he's trying to remember his lines, that he played knight c6 just to hammer it out. Hey, Lemmings player. You know, played knight c6 because that's the move he always wants to play, and now he's thinking about his plan here. That is definitely not. Okay. Ding nearly won against Yan using the French. Okay, so yeah. Sir Demis, yeah, I think he is. Yes, indeed. So, okay, let's have a little. We'll have a little look at. So Leela's favouring Bishop E7 there. Let's have a look at the line that Leela's wanting. So Bishop E7. Haha, you can see we're following a variation here. It's nice how they've done this. And then castles. Bishop E3 from White. Yeah, just solidifying everything. I mean, G3 is also possible. H4 you see as well, to be honest. That's also a possibility. And then F6 from Leela. And yeah, Leela's not the nice thing. The thing about that I've always said about these single pawn moves is that yeah, nothing's stopping you from playing F5 later. So you know, so you should never forget that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, this is just putting some pressure on the White center, trying to dissuade, trying to maybe take a few options away from White for development, and just waiting to see what happens, and then you're going to do something something extra. I have to say, what interests me is that Leela's not at all keen on playing B5 to B4, which I would think that's really. Oh, Shirov lost with B5 against Vichy, so you have bad feelings about it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's. I mean, I completely defer to the engines in general, but you know, B5 to B4 does feel very natural. I mean, there's the you know, the logic that you can apply. White's played knight E2, blocking the bishop and blocking control of B5, so you should exploit B5. But also, just in general, getting the counterplay going against this pawn chain, you know, feels very, very nice indeed. And, you know, gaining space, first of all, with B5 to B4, and then after with A5 to A4, because, you know, it seems to me like getting, you know, achieving B5 to B4 is kind of the more difficult one normally. So get that one in whilst you can. So, yeah, a little bit surprised that Leela isn't actually doing that. So, yeah, no, Ding was a French player. He was a very good French player indeed. So returning to your previous loves, that's not a bad idea at all. but it's just I mean it's really a, you know, showing a real fight there for the first game of the World Championship match, and I think that's a very good spirit. I mean, the one thing that you're slightly nervous about for Ding is you know, a lot of games that he played quite well, he was kind of blundering at odd moments somehow, which I think is always you know, a sign of yeah, yeah, a difficult grasp on your concentration. That's I mean, certainly I always, you know, talk about this. At the time that I started blundering, I blundered very little as a professional. Or well, maybe if I looked at my games nowadays with an engine, I'd see it differently. But in terms of human terms, of what humans see, I blundered very little until the moment I decided to give up chess, and then I played probably another 6 or 7 months after, before actually stopping and retiring and then going into IT. But that moment there, that was when I made the most blunders I've ever made, and I just couldn't predict it somehow. You know, I was just you know, overlooking losses of pieces and stuff like that, and was driving me crazy. But I think it was really that concentration, you know, the fact that I knew I was going to stop with chess really made me lose my concentration. And you don't need much in professional chess, and then you just lose it somehow. So you know, it's I think that, you know, Ding's health being ropey, you know, for quite a while, I think that, you know, affected him somehow. So yeah, this is going to be very important, obviously, in the match, that he can avoid, you know, those obvious blunders, and just you know, play at a steady level all the way through. Doesn't need to play his absolute best, but a steady level will certainly get him into the mix, you know. Yeah, I think that's true. I think it's a good level of ambition from Ding. This I thoroughly approve. But yeah, I think Gukesh was obviously prepared for it, and played something that that Ding, I guess, wasn't expecting, because he's now spent yeah, 11 minutes thinking, or 7 minutes thinking, and yeah, putting it together. And yeah, I mean it's yeah, in my day, you know, sort of spending 20-25 minutes in the opening thinking was not particularly strange, but nowadays the players really tend to whip out all their openings, you know. So yeah, yes, no, they said indeed that the percentages are being slightly altered by the rating. So and also by the amount of time the players have. There's some sort of formula on the Leela blog that says that when you know, the player with more time will have slightly higher winning percentage. So it's really interesting stuff what they've done. Sorry, let's. I got a bit distracted by Leela not playing my move b5. So a5 is what Leela's looking at, and now knight g3 is quite unusual. Knight g3, you nearly always play, human players nearly always play g3, bishop h3, but there might be some little ideas with f takes c5 and then half opening the f file. You never know. So knight g3 takes, knight b6, and here Leela's going for the going back to the solid approach, and this makes a lot of sense at play f5 when White has played the move knight g3, because when you go f5, White's often looking for g4, even as a sacrifice. But yeah, now that White's played knight g3, black plays f5, and then plays on the queen side like this. And you can play plans like knight a7, bishop b5. That's a possibility. He'd have to support it with queen e8 to exchange off light squared bishops. Leela, very typically for engines, just looking to sacrifice the pawn with knight c4, get the light squared bishop from White, and hopefully be able to occupy the d5 square and open the long diagonal. You know, that would be yeah, feels a bit weird, but I guess this opening choice was not expected. But yeah, I mean, it's not one of the main ones. I mean, I'm looking at the Hierarchs database, and what are there? Something like 350 games from this position. So yeah, you know, it's yeah, it's something you would have expected to have looked at somehow. It's I mean, actually, just looking back on it, the move I was after knight c2, the move I was always looking at was f6 immediately. in these positions. But yeah, yeah, knight c6 of course is reasonable, and yeah, now we're waiting for things to move. What I'm just going to do, just bear with me a moment. I'm looking at another screen. I've got Crazy Leela running on my on another PC here, so I just thought I'd have Crazy Leela running and see what things Leela wants to try, because of course what we've got in front of us with Leela live here is a very sensible Leela. So it's nice also to get Leela's crazy twin sisters view on stuff. C3. I'll just turn my computer. I hope it's not making too much noise. This is my monster laptop that that is still quite powerful, but pretty makes a lot of noise somehow. Huge fan, but anyway, we'll do that. So let's have a look. Leela's analyzing a lot there. I mean, this is really powerful hardware, right? 4 video cards, NVIDIA 4090s, I think. So really big hardware. Yeah, bishop e7 is oh god, Leela's gone a little bit interesting here. Interesting to see how you know, Leela after bishop e7 now is saying a3. That's a very reasonable move, but after c takes d4, playing the move knight takes d4, which looks, that's a very surprising turn up. You don't hear any noise. Ah, great. Yeah, this microphone is really focused on me somehow, so should be good. Yeah, this is really off the wall. Again, I wouldn't normally suggest that. I mean, normally you say that in these French positions, you know, you don't want to give black the opportunity to swap off some pieces, because black's kind of cramped, right? So but on the other hand, you know, this is the knight on e2 that you'll have to move again to develop the bishop, or you'll have to fianchetto the bishop in some way. So, you know, you can sort of logic it up really and say, well, okay, we'll exchange off the knight. That frees black's position a bit. But on the other hand, we just free ourselves so we can get very natural development, bishop d3, knight f3. That is quite interesting, but you'll be glad to know that Crazy Leela is in this position, is looking much more for plans with h4 to h5 to h6. So a one-game bluff, that's an interesting one. I mean, thinking back to the Anand Carlsen match back in 2013, that was one thing that really impressed me. That Magnus played the Caro-Kann in his first game as black, and then drew quite well, and then never played it again. So it might be the one-game bluff indeed. Yeah, the fact that Ding is thinking so much might actually, you know, sort of reinforce that view, because this is now quite a long think, right? 13 minutes. This is getting up to Matthew level of thinking in the opening. I always used to, whenever somebody did something I wasn't expecting, I always got lost a little bit in thinking about all the things that that I might play, and all the things that that my opponent would be expecting. I know, but f6, that is actually after. I'll just there's a comment in the chat saying that f6 is impractical. Well, in actual fact, it comes from the fact that after c3 you can play c takes d4 and f6 in this position, which is quite interesting. F4 you can what are my lines here? I was taking bishop b4. Was it takes and queen h4 and then queen e4? There was some interesting stuff that you could do with these lines. So that's just why I was looking at f6 in those lines, just because I played this f6 s4 stuff against knight c2 as well. Leela's gone back now to this move a3. C takes d4, c takes d4. Oh, Leela, look at Leela coming to me. There we are. You see, in the end, Leela just goes for GM genius. Mr. Beads is watching, then let him remember this. So b5, and quite interesting. Yeah, knight c3, the knight developing again. b4, knight takes b4. Quite interesting in actual fact. Yeah, you know, just to play like that. Yeah, I mean that's also. I mean there are many plans, right? So we don't worry too much about that. Other plans for black. Well, let me show you b5 because I like b5. And the idea here is for black to play b4, undermine this this pawn chain on the queen side. So what Leela wants is to move a3 in this position. And I think Leela's idea here is after b4, Leela would want to take with the a pawn, c takes b4, and sort of maintain this pawn chain pretty much as it is. And yeah, with no pressure on d4 at all in that case, then, you know, the white can even consider start playing f5 and knight f4. And so okay, but I mean black should come with a5 and b4 later. I mean Leela's still very keen here on getting the king off to the center. I would say, to be honest, that I would be looking more to delay that castling. I don't really see an immediate problem. I'd be trying to get in a5 and b4 quickly, but yeah, then Leela playing a5 here and queen b6. Yeah, you know, you're looking for a bishop a6 and a b4, and then Leela here playing for f5. Possible, just breaking up the channel's eternal friend. Oh, Mr. Beads is there. Aren't you at work, Mr. Beads? That's I've got a little bit of holiday actually, so finally first time this year. So so obviously I'm spending it looking at Leela and watching chess. Yeah, f5 now, and then white looking to take and castles. Quite interesting, and then b4, and then bishop a6 afterwards. I quite like this for black. I mean, you know, I think always, you know, when you're looking at choosing a line, especially when I got caught out in the opening, I was always, hey Naphtha, I was always looking for lines that I could explain to myself and make sense, and I was always then wary about moves like bishop e7 because I sort of felt that I was kind of delaying my decision, you know, making moves and putting the decision about what to do to the future. I much preferred a move like b5, even if I knew it was probably, you know, not as sophisticated or as good, because at least I knew what I was doing, right? I'm going b4, I'm going a5. I'm not going to get confused in terms of lack of a plan or something, you know, and that's why I liked it. But that's quite normal. Hey, Viren! Ah, we've got all the Leela guys in the chat, and also Mr. Bees as well. Although Viren is actually, aren't you a Stockfish guy nowadays, Viren? So, but anyway, no, excellent. So if we're looking at other plans, Crazy Leela, by the way, is looking at bishop e7 as well. That's what it's expecting. But then, yeah, what it's doing with, let me just show you what Crazy Leela is doing there. So bishop e7 is what it's expecting, and then it's going for h4, of course. Looks crazy, quite common in actual fact in these sort of lines, and often you end up playing moves like g3 and moving your king across like this. The idea of h4 is even to stop black from undermining with g5. Less likely with your king on g8, but still. And then we're getting what are we getting? F6, h5, b5. Oh, this is pretty cool, really. G3 takes, knight b6, bishop h3 and b4. This would be more what I would be expecting with white, to be honest. This is, you know, quite a line that that would be quite common. And as I said, with black, you know, you're trying to get your queen side moving. I mean, with black, you know, the reason I like these sort of lines, you can often take on c3. White takes back with the pawn, you get your knight onto a good square on c4. You've possibly got d4 breaks at some time. You know, I like the counterplay that black has in this sort of stuff, you know, with these early b5s. Yeah, the d6 was funny, wasn't it? Yeah, was really and also another engine, Viren. You're doing another engine. Ooh. I hope it's Leela. Wouldn't be Torch with it. Would it be obsidian? Oh, I've got obsidian as well, actually, running. So let me just put the stuff up on obsidian. I'm just intrigued there, just to see whether just all these strange engines that I have. So, but yeah, this is getting a bit it's getting a bit worrying now. This very long think. Very unusual for modern players to think this long at this time. As I said, in my day, it was quite normal. It was quite normal, but you know, modern players really make a show of you know, hammering out their moves quickly, showing that they know exactly what they're doing. It is very confusing. I mean, I once played Hikaru in a rapid game in London, and he played a line that really is so bad for black, but he played it with such unbelievable confidence that I just was really confused as to whether you know, whether he knew it and he was prepared, or I don't know. It was impossible to tell, basically, from the speed. So you know, so in the end, basically, I didn't do the normal piece sacrifice. I just went for something else. Actually, I should have beaten him even then, but he was too tricky, 2 pawns down in a rook and knight end game. But still, yeah, I mean, that is the confidence that top players have. They just show, I know everything, and all of that. Whereas in my day, we weren't ashamed to show that we were out of book on move 6. You know, that was quite normal. So yeah, a little bit worrying this, but anyway, let's have a look. Let's have a look what else Leela is looking at. What other moves do we have that I well, let's have a look at Queen B6. That's quite a major one. You know, Queen B6, very common idea. Hits the pawn on B2. So stops this bishop from developing, puts some pressure on D4. But yeah, I mean, it's the sort of move that's I always find a little bit dangerous to play, because I just think I'm getting in the way of some really natural counterplay. And yeah, I feel like the onus on me to do something dramatic then to justify that queen on B6 is a bit high. You know, a little bit worried. But Leela gives it likes it a little bit less. 0.2 probability of being the best. Yeah, I mean, it's incredible how much Leela is on bishop e7 as being the best move by far. That's another thing I should point out here, that 98.9%, that's Leela's estimation of this will be the best move, which does seem incredibly high. My goodness. So let's have a look. Knight f3, f6. Yeah, I mean, you have to do something like this when you go queen b6. G3, bishop e7. Now bishop h3. That's what we do with white. This is the most normal way of developing. We haven't seen it very much from Leela, but yeah, the most normal way of developing there, hitting the pawn on e6. But in general, what oops, sorry, I've gone bananas there. In general, what black players do, they just leave that pawn on e6 and then just say. Yeah, Viren, I mean, I'm very surprised by it, because there's, I mean, you know, I can understand that you might say, oh, bishop e7 is the most accurate move, but yeah, lots of the other moves are very reasonable, right? I mean, none of them are crazy, none of them are stupid at all, you know. So yeah, very strong preference for bishop e7 there. Yeah, you know, again, maybe something I would just need to reflect on as to that, because that's completely unintuitive to me. You know, yeah, panic, Maurice. Yeah, quite common for Ding. Yeah, maybe, but it's a long time now. 24 minutes. 24 minutes. Yeah, on move 7. Oof, yeah, I don't know. But now the one thing about having the queen on b6 is that it actually gives you. Oh, let me just switch to the other board. I hope I'm not confusing anyone too much here. But the nice thing about having a queen on b6 is that it gives some tactical possibilities. So if you go castles, I do have the opportunity to play moves like this because of the pin on the king. So you know, I do make it a bit harder for white to castle kingside. That is why, just switching back now, you're seeing Leela play rook f1. So protecting the knight on f3, so just neutralizing any of that pressure, but not committing the king to the diagonal yet. And what you see in actual fact, and can sort of explain, it looks a little bit weird, but what you see is that Leela then redeploys the queen. The queen's not doing anything on b6. It's played a5 to a4. It's got that weak square on c4 to aim for. So the knight has to go to b6. And now Leela's playing king f2 and king g1, castling artificially. And the thing that absolutely kills you in all that, trying to work it out, is has queen b6 to d8 gained 10p in the long run because white's played rook f1, king f2, g1, or are we equal, or have we lost any? And I don't worry about that anymore. But it's quite interesting there, to see how Leela's doing that. But basically the idea of this queen b6, I think you can deduce from that is really that it's really the main idea is to stop white from castling easily, but in actual fact that queen on there is kind of an impediment to black's future queenside counterplay, so it will have to be moved again. So it's nice there. I mean, I think, by looking through those lines with Leela, and you're getting just these sample, very plausible lines, you can learn a hell of a lot about the opening, I mean, already, if you're looking at, what have I learned from the opening so far? Well, bishop b7, Leela considers that to be clearly the best move. Flexible for now, keeping all options, bringing castling into the ballpark, but flexible on other things. I mean, we're seeing now Leela saying, "Oh, a3." C takes d4 and b5 now. So yeah, that move bishop b7 was not cutting out b5 by any means, just delaying it a move. We've seen queen b6. That interesting idea, stops white from castling too quickly, but that queen will have to be redeployed later. Let's have a little look at a move like a weird one, maybe like queen a5. So what is the idea of queen a5? The idea of queen a5, you see it in a number of lines, is actually to take on d4 and stop white from retaking on d4 with the pawn. So you're pinning that. The only problem with that line really is that, in a way, white doesn't really mind taking back on d4 with a knight and occupying it, as long as he can occupy it with a piece. So that's why Leela plays knight f3. Did I hear a move played? Yes, a5 played by Ding, which was the second move there for Leela. So that's with a 39.3 winning percentage for white. That goes up quite a bit. Black winning possibility goes down. So not the best move according to Leela, but as we saw, second best idea there. Gukesh plays knight f3 instantly. Well, yeah, I mean, I would think so too. A4 would be a move I would always be interested in, just to sort of stop black from playing a move like a4 moving forwards, and also just to try and highlight that b5 weakness, stop black from playing b5. But I think black's claiming then that it's going to give black some squares on the queen side. But I find that a very interesting idea. But Gukesh is playing knight f3, and that's actually a very nice practical solution for white, because it's really putting the onus on Ding here now to do you have an idea, or did you just play something in the end just to be able to make a move? And again, if I was looking at playing a move for black, what would be my... Oh, thank you, cool centrists. Thank you. Font is a little small. Yeah, you may be right on that. I think I can probably let me just zoom in. Let me have a look. If I zoom in a little bit, is that a little bit better? I don't want to... I've zoomed in a little more. If you want it a little bit more, just give a shout, Kendra Dog. And oh, really? Camera's been focused on Ding, looks very agitated. Oh my goodness me. You don't want to... Yeah. I mean, you know, one of the such impressive things about Gukesh is how calm he looks, right? And you don't want to be giving off those nervous vibes. But you know, Ding's funny somehow. He's really quite unlike, you know, how I always thought of Ding as a really cool, calm, collected character before the last World Championship match. Yeah, I mean, his play, he can do anything, and tactically brilliant. But then, you know, during the World Championship match, you know, he was very open, right? Showed a lot of vulnerability and all of that, and made me think of him in a totally different way, you know. And yeah, so and the way that he could lose bad games and come back, you know, showed that yeah, he's incredible, you know, temperament, and also you know, also able to, you know, able to cope with mishap and vulnerability. So yeah, I'm not as worried about that as I might be with some other players, but it is a little bit worrying. Yeah, the move just went odd somehow. E4 somehow things went a bit odd, but it really was E4, E6, D4, D5. Don't worry about it. It really is a French. So so this is very interesting actually. Ding played A4 here, and I think that's a good move. You sit out your stall, keep on playing consistently, you know. And then Gukesh played Bishop D2 instantly, and that's really interesting because Bishop D2, that was right down Leela's probability, 0.8% chance of it being a good move. Now, if this if this was crazy Leela, sorry, I'm just reaching for crazy Leela here, because I'm just wondering a little bit. No, it's not on Crazy Leela's top moves. H4, of course, was what Crazy Leela was looking for. But if it was, I'll just leave Crazy Leela to run a little bit more. But if Crazy Leela was doing it, or if Odds Leela was playing this, I'd be thinking you want to play Bishop D2 followed by Queen C2 and Castle Queenside. But that's obviously totally lunatic there. The moves are coming thick and fast. What are we seeing? Bishop E7 from Ding. Well, that's quite normal. G4, not completely crazy. It's a 2.9%. I mean, for me, it's completely bananas. Oh, he played Bishop E3. Okay, he played Bishop E3. Right. Okay. Sorry, we've got some transmission thingies there. Do I need to refresh my? I'll just refresh Leela there. Just he played Bishop E3. Right. Okay. Bishop D2, not Bishop E3, Viren. Bishop E3. Well, let's put Bishop E3 on there. Bishop E7, and then Leela was looking at Queen C2, but we've got Bishop E3 actually played. Well, we'll just leave that. I'm assuming that we will get that fixed. DGT error. Bishop E3. It's on. Is it on there? Bishop E7 G4. Yeah, this move is wrong on here anyway. So, but we're now on the right thing in G4. So G4 was 2.9% probability of being best, but not one of the worst moves by any means. So interesting. And now this is a really challenging. Click on latest move. Okay, great. Thanks, Injugs. Yeah, I mean, this is hotting up. I mean, this is the sort of match you want in the World Championship, right? I mean, obviously Gukesh is still very much in prep. He's obviously played moves that are not at the engine's top range here, but they're moves that are very, very sensible indeed. You know, Bishop E3, supporting D4, and now this move G4, number 6 in Leela's list. And I'm trying to, but look at the win probability, right? 29.1% for white, 20.4 for black. I think Leela's definitely showing us here, confirming, you know, both players are playing riskily somehow, right? I mean, and there are very good chances for white to win, very good chances for black to win here. So yeah, excellent. Just what we wanted to see. Centiporn version. My goodness me! Just look on Sese, on the Sese website. Let me just. I guess that he's on there. Analysis.sese.net. I guess. Oh, is he not? Oh well, basically any other any other any other website will give you centi pawns, I think. But it's but I would have thought that with Naptha's formula, that with the time pressure, that with the difference in time somehow, that the win probability should be going a bit higher up for Gukesh, I guess. Yeah. So looking like a 1-0 already, says Mr. Beats. That's only because Gukesh is following the plan that you wanted. It's this should be a pretty good position for a French player, but yeah. So, but it is a little bit worrying, right? And then the question is, what is Black going to do here? Leela's second move is cast. Wow, what is Leela suggesting here? Let me just show you. I was saying the second strongest move is castles, and I was going to say, but you'll be very worried about getting hit with f5. But Leela's suggesting a move which I would barely ever consider, and that is the move g5. G5. Very interesting idea. The point is that Leela wants to stop Black from playing f6. Because then you're going to open up the G file, which is not normally what you get. And then Leela will be ready to play f5 at some stage later. I mean, obviously h4, h5, and then g6 can happen. Even h6 if you really want to solidify things. But f5 can happen, followed by knight f4. But we play the pawn to g5 first to stop f6. That's very, very interesting. I don't know whether you I don't know whether you've seen some of my videos before, but you see this sort of stuff, Leela doing this sort of stuff on the queen side in sort of King's Indian structures. So sort of playing the move b5 then, and you sort of say, yeah, but you're just conceding this this square for a black piece. But then Leela follows up with on the queen side, it's c5 followed by knight f4. There is one video in particular, I think it was against Defend Chess, it's on the channel anyway, where go into a lot of depth about that, and it's an incredible concept. But yeah, Leela's showing it on the king side this time. So g5, dissuading Black from playing f6 because we'll take with the g pawn, and it'll open up the g file, for which White is very well ready. Since White hasn't castled, and otherwise at some stage White will play f5 and also move the h and g pawn up. So okay, so what is Leela looking for here? Leela wants to play the move f6, which looks very, very natural indeed. You're dissuading White from playing f5 through this pressure on e5, though actually f5 looks vaguely interesting to me. I'd be worried about it at least. But the idea is basically to try and exchange on e5, and then kind of yeah, stop White from making too much of the kingside majority. But yeah, I mean, the way that Leela's looking at it, queen b6, Leela's just sacrificing the pawn on b2, don't care at all, and just coming up with its queenside here. And wow, Leela's coming up with some plan, I have to say here. Rook a5, queen d3, rook b5. Well, you certainly wouldn't have got that from me, I have to say. King g3, oops, rook b2, knight f4. Yeah, pretty amazing somehow, yeah. So you're getting ready to play moves like knight g5. You're also attacking the pawn on e6. Incredibly sharp, this. And I can see why the win probabilities are so crazy, right? I mean, this is just a totally bananas position. But just going back to what would be a good natural French player's move, the move f6 would be very high on my list. Now, I'm not really sure I'd think of many other moves. Maybe b5 would be a move that I'd be thinking as well. I mean, I've played a5 to a4, so now I've got b4, and I can follow up with a3 later. And yeah. Yeah, again, oh, it's gone up to Leela's fourth move there, only 0.2%. And look how Leela's just gone on 98.2%, just really saying now f6 is the only move. I would agree with that in terms of that is the best move, the move I'd be most likely to play. but yeah, b5 would also, you know, come pretty high up in my list, and castles I would just be too nervous about, to be honest. I'd be more looking to keep my king as long in the center as possible. But interesting, this one, then knight g3, b4, and then Leela starts playing around with bishop b5, bishop takes a4, grabbing a pawn. I wouldn't be too worried about that, to be honest. I would sort of feel, you know, if you're grabbing pawns on the queen side there, you're kind of opening my lines for me. You know, I'll just look at it like a Benko there. And oh, wait a minute, I'm expecting a parcel. Let me just go and get it. Ah, sorry about that. There I was expecting a parcel from New in Chess, and it was just somebody wanting to cut all my trees. So, oh, I need to scroll up. You're absolutely right. There we are. So, yes. Oh, sorry, just one more moment. There we are. Just the short door was closed. Great. Okay, a parcel of RTX 4080s, 4090s. Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'm not too worried about this, to be honest. I wouldn't. I mean, yeah, this feels like a Benko gambit. I've seen so many games of Leela with odds giving away pawns just for open files. I'm just thinking, well, whatever, you know, pawn, 2 pawns down. What do I care? So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's dangerous, right? I mean, but I'd sort of feel very much that I'm in there fighting, you know. So b5 definitely. B5 would be my, yeah. I'd be looking very seriously at that. f6 I would also be looking very seriously at. Those are the two moves that really strike me. Let's have a look. Maybe what else Leela is looking at. a3. That is also something that could be considered. Because at least you're being consistent, right? And again, you know, what I'm really interested in all the time when I'm playing, you know, these lines and even getting caught out in the opening is finding something that's consistent. Doesn't have to be the best, not remotely important. If somebody's prepared against it, then you know. I'm not likely to find it just, you know, in a couple of hours at the board, but to play something that I can understand, that where I understand what I'm doing and where I'm doing stuff consistently, you know, that's the key thing, and also that it makes some sense. But here, you know, a3, weakening the queen side, and then b5, looking for b4, also quite decent. And here Leela recommends a sort of a change in tack with b4 there. Interesting. Yeah, sort of Leela getting control of these queenside dark squares might. This one's weak, but it's not going to be hard, not going to be easy to make a concerted attack. But again, you know, look, I mean, we've got this kind of weird position, right? Leela's let me check and come back. I mean, what can I say, right? I mean, this is probably not likely to figure in the opponent's preparation, so we might be just fighting each other, you know, just in decent ways there, you know. So not bad at all. So b5, a3, f6 for me are the moves I could really play. Another interesting one. Oh, am I going to play the queen odd spot? I'm going to play the knight odd spot actually at some stage. Yeah, as I said, I've just got some holidays, so I just want to relax a little bit and build up some energy, and then afterwards I'm going to do that. Not that having energy is going to make any difference. I'm expecting an absolutely horrific score, but at least I'll feel I'll be maybe able to enjoy it a bit better if I'm a little bit recovered mentally. But ding betting odds 20%. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know really whether that's good odds or not. Yeah, it must be good odds. I mean, if he's you know, if he gets himself together, And he has shown that he is capable of making supreme efforts to bring himself together. Even when he's suffering, having difficulties, then yeah, 20% would be amazing. I mean, for somebody who's been like 28-10 and really, really worth it, really, then yeah, 20% is pretty good somehow. Perfect to have some night odds matches. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I think I was planning to do one during not the first rest day, I think, but another rest day. So we'll have a look. It's yeah, that it's but yeah, no, definitely going to try and do that, because it's yeah, it's a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun in watching it, and a lot of people have been very brave. So so I'm going to do that too, but try and do it. I'll do slightly slower time control, not super slow, but slightly slower. Ooh, Queen A5. And explain it at the same time what I'm thinking. And I frankly think that probably I think I'd start having a reasonable chance, and I'm talking then of something like parity at probably 15+10 nowadays. I would have thought, although I mean, yeah, the guy who Alex Lenderman did it, didn't he? And he got a horrific score. But being warned about it, and knowing Leela like that, I would have thought that 15+10, you'd have a good opportunity to do it. But I'll do a bit faster than that, and then maybe at some stage later I'll do a longer match. But yeah, I also want to talk a bit as well about how you should actually approach it and how you should train with it as well, because I think that's really really fantastic. The favorite bits, the ones where you get crushed by Leela. You are not the only one. There's another viewer who likes those. Yeah, no, I mean it is it's really instructive, right? I mean I learn a lot of it from myself as well, and I think I think those crazy Leela videos, plus the odds, I think it's sort of it is also a very good way of demonstrating to people, just quite what the difference is, between the engine level of play and the human level of play. Because I don't think you realise, when you're seeing all the top players play, and they're playing, engine generated openings and all that, you don't quite realise, quite how different the engines play, how big the difference is. But when you see Leela playing with odds, or crazy Leela just playing any crazy openings like that, and you see decently strong GM still struggling so much to deal with it, it's I think you really get a sense of just what they can do, and also a sense of where you can aspire to, really. So certainly that's how I view it. Let's get back to the yes, Mr. Bees, I knew you'd make a comment. Chess Network. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, Chess Network's a good player. 1.5, 3.5. Yeah, I mean that's a great starting point, right? And I think I do think just last thing about the odds thing, and then get back onto the game. But I do think that the thing about odds is you've got to see. I think everyone's got to see it as an individual learning journey for themselves, right? Like Duolingo or something like that. I mean, it's not a question about can I work out a way to, the cheat to beat Leela all the time? First of all, with Leela's temperature in the opening being set so high, I think that's a very, very difficult thing to do in any case. But it's really about, you get a starting point where you can get a decent score, like what Chess Network's done there, 1.5, 3.5 at 15-10. And then you just try and work your way through that, and the skills that you will develop by working seriously at it are going to be so useful for beating other people. I mean, I can tell you that when I was 8 or 9, the single skill that I had was winning positions like a couple of pawns or a piece up against other 8, 9-year-olds. And I could just do it brilliantly by draining the life out of the position, exchanging off to end games, which I then won. And well, that was enough to make me the most promising junior in England at the time. Those skills are just really, really useful. And obviously, doing it against Leela, you're doing this, but at a much higher level. I think you've really got to see it as this is your own personalized learning journey, that you do together with Leela at various odds, and and the result is going to be that you improve your play enormously, and I've got to see it like that rather than sort of saying, oh, I've got to try and find the cheat code that'll enable me to make scores against Leela. It's not interesting, and I don't think it's even possible anymore, So it's maybe against queen odds, but not against any of the others. Queen a5. I hate that move. I hate that move. Queen a5. Yeah, I just don't see the need for it. I mean, actually, just go back. The only other move that I could sort of understand would be knight b6, looking for knight c4. Although in general, playing it early, it's a little bit dodgy somehow. But I could have understood knight b6. Leela was looking at b3 and then knight d7 back again. And the idea is, yeah, instead of playing a3, b3, you've sort of triggered a weakening in the queen side, and you'll follow up with maybe b5 to b4. I could have understood this one. I just don't understand queen a5, to be honest. I'm not quite sure what Ding is thinking about there. I mean, you can play b5 to b4 later, but I'm just wondering what is the added value there of having the queen on a5 when you're doing it? Because I'm sort of feeling that the queen might be useful somewhere else, maybe helping protect the king side or something. I'm feeling a bit nervous about that. Wondering whether he's thinking of some strange plan. Maybe, yeah, maybe what? Yeah, it's Leela's sort of shouting to me, "Woohoo! Plan coming! Knight b6. Maybe knight b6 is bishop d7 is what he's thinking of there. Castling queen side, maybe possible. Maybe he's looking for that." That would be a bold plan, though. A very, very bold plan. Could be. Could be. Oh, Viren, you managed to beat Leela queen odds once. I saw Naptha losing somehow. It's oh, Leela missed a mate. Yeah, I've been noticing that Leela's missing mates in odds, but yeah, with just 800 nodes, isn't it, per move? Then I guess that's possible. I was a bit confused at the start. Why Leela was doing that. Yeah, no, I mean, it's got some sort of point, but just feels a bit odd. But maybe this plan knight b6, bishop d7. I mean, Leela's looking at playing a3 in this position, so stop a3, and probably the idea then is if you go b5, Leela will take on c5, and then your queen's really a little bit silly on a5. You're not going to be able to get in b5 to b4. So then Leela's line is really great, right? Actually, Leela's also looking at castling queen side there. Knight g3, bishop d7, queen d2 takes. Oh, taking with a bishop. Wow, interesting. All these unexpected moves, and now castles. Oh, and white castling queen. Well, I mean, this is not very often seen in this line of the French. But again, yeah, I mean, Leela looking quite nice there somehow. Although, yeah, no, black's not too bad either. But just white's got quite a nice, kingside space advantage there. But that would be interesting. But I do like the idea of playing the knight to b6 and playing for castles here. But it does look in any case like Gukesh is out of book. He spent 8 minutes. 8 minutes thinking about it. So yeah, queenside in a French, yeah, really strange. Vanessa, I've heard, but maybe Naptha or Viren can confirm that more nodes doesn't necessarily make Leela better. In all fairness, when I've been running Leela, crazy Leela, I've been limiting it to a certain amount of nodes. I didn't feel that. I felt that when it was thinking more, it was kind of flattening out its ideas, which may increase their actual objective betterness, but yeah, doesn't increase the craziness factor, which is what you're really looking for. So I do believe that that you're looking for a sweet spot of lower number of nodes in order to just get the right amount of slight blindness from Leela, so that Leela doesn't worry about what it's doing. It's can't blame Zynot as much. Yeah, I know it's true, but you shouldn't blame Zynot anyway. Of course, it's move quality higher. That's true. But yeah, maybe 15-10. It's a little bit long. Makes for a very long session somehow if you're going to play 10 games somehow. I'll see how I do it. I was thinking of something like 8+3 or something like that. So a bit basically looking for 5+3, which is I think the very shortest time control you can consider against Leela at night odds. I don't think it's going to be a good score, but then with 3 minutes extra just for a bit of explanation, and we'll see how it works out. That was what I was sort of thinking about. So what if we just basically ignore what Black's doing? That's another possibility, which is just h4 from White. Very interesting plan from Leela. Haven't seen this one too often. Knight b6 and then knight d2. Not very often seen in the French in this line anyway. It is looking, somebody said this looks like going to look like a French Tarrasch. It's looking a bit more with the knight on d2, just to stop knight c4. And after castles, we do our g5 moves just to stop f6. And after knight c4, we go takes and then a3 just to consolidate. We'll play bishop g2. Yeah, this shouldn't be... Doesn't look too bad for Black somehow. I mean, the fact that the d file's opened, I mean, you always get a little bit of counterplay, so it shouldn't be too easy for White to get too much going on the king side. I mean, I think if we look at Leela's main line here, it's we're seeing quite a few exchanges here, and but I would have thought that Black can play bishop c5 and put some pressure on the bishop. So I wouldn't have thought that this would be too bad for Black, as long as he survives some mates along the h file. But I think he should be able to with a second rank coverage. It doesn't look too bad for Black this either, but yeah. And what's positive at least here is that Gukesh is out of book and he's having a good long think as well. I think that is sensible for Gukesh. I mean, he's been rattling out his moves, and Ding's been thinking a lot. 50 minutes already on the first 10 moves. So so yeah. Good to spend. I would recommend about 15 minutes here being a good amount of time to spend just working things out. And very interesting. Leela's not at all sure what the best move for White is, and quite different moves really. Playing on the queen side or playing on the king side. Playing on the queen side here, playing on the king side. So the top 4 moves. So quite quite intriguing. I quite like, to be honest, Leela's 4th best move, which is bishop g2 here, I have to say. Because after knight b6, you're just going bishop back to f2, so you're just sidestepping, protecting the b pawn, and then you're just going to play f5, b4, f5. This looks, I like this very much somehow for White. I wonder actually after knight c4 whether you could just play the move queen to c1 here, or whether there's some reason why that isn't the best. Maybe a3. I don't know. But anyway, I do like the idea of just developing and then pushing through on the king side like this, and also getting in f6 later maybe, or knight f4 and f takes e. Just makes me feel like I'm punishing Black a little bit for having the queen over there by going for some sort of king side attack. That it feels like logic to me, right? All these other ideas that Leela's doing feel a little bit more complicated somehow. A little bit, trying to keep the position and sort of restrain Black somehow. I do find the simplicity of bishop e2, bishop g2, castle kingside and then play f5. I find that quite refreshing somehow. So yeah, I think that's that would be very much what I'd like. I wonder what plans, you do wonder as well what plans Gukesh was coming up with, what plans he was intending somehow if Black had played normally. I think he was probably aiming for, I mean, if Black had played f6 in this position, I'm pretty sure that he was looking for bishop g2 and then in general castling kingside. So after queen a5 shouldn't be too strange, you would have thought, for him to play a move like bishop g2. But yeah, I think that would be quite that would not be too unusual. Let me have a look. I've just been seeing crazy Leela doing all sorts of stuff. So bishop e3, had bishop e7, just typing it all in. G4 was a pretty was not anywhere on anyone's list really. So queen a5 and yeah, crazy Leela looking for queen c2 and bishop g2 off the bat, or my crazy Leela anyway. Probably could update it a little bit more there. And just having a look at what my other engines are going to be recommending. Quite an interesting little position, this. I mean, really extremely complicated, this one. It's credit to both players, really. Yeah, it's really excellent to see players going for this. Queen a5. Oh, good lord. Queen a5. Just adding my what have we got? Torch. Just having a look what Torch wants after queen a5. Yeah, actually, Torch giving 0.00 giving for white pretty quickly. Good old Torch. And if we have a look at Obsidian, Obsidian was also not looking for this. Well, actually, it was Obsidian's third best plan, a5 to a4. Not expecting g4. I think that was the main one, and I think most likely not expecting queen a5, just the third move for Obsidian. I'm looking at, and yeah, now Obsidian and Torch are thinking there. So Obsidian off the bat looking at a3. Torch off the bat looking at queen c2. So yeah, all the possibilities are there. But yeah, Torch 0.07 for white, Obsidian 0.09. So that's the centi pawns. And I guess Leela a little bit more optimistic there, I think, isn't it? 32.5% to 17.8%. But yeah, you can see the complexity of the position. Leela now, many different moves. We're getting possibility of being the best ones, and quite different moves as well. So yeah, very complicated position. And Gukesh on 17 minutes. He's quite a thinker, Gukesh, as well, isn't he? Well, I mean, for classical evaluation, to be honest, you can go pretty much anywhere, right? It's this is somehow yeah, this is somehow different. I mean, that's the point. So 0.00 dead draw indeed, but not this one, I think. And so let's just have a little look at the at this and see what I would like. So I mean, bishop g2 would be my favorite move with white, just because it's clear to me what I'm doing there. And yeah, I mean, Black's got to watch out a little bit. F5 is definitely an idea for white, followed by knight f4, particularly once you've castled there. I mean, the thing about queen a5, maybe that's one good thing to point out, is after f5, c takes d4, then white can't take back with c takes d4. So it means that the e5 pawn is going. I mean, that's the big idea of queen a5. So maybe one idea of queen a5 was just to slow down white, but I don't think, yeah, again, I don't particularly think that it was it was killing already if white played f5, but maybe that was just one of the main ideas. So playing bishop g2 followed by castles, get out of that, and then just try and play f5 quickly feels like a very nice natural plan for me. I mean, you've always got to watch out for black playing something like h5, undermining the pawn on g4, and trying to stop white from playing f5. But in this case, I think, we could simply play a move like g takes h5, just with the idea that at some stage you'll go knight g3 and then f5 afterwards, or and even h4 to h5 if black plays g6 at some moment. So, I think that that white's basically more or less, destined to get an f5. And then, yeah, I mean, I think that if you go b5 and b4, that f5 is going to get quite dangerous. I'm not very keen on having the queen over on a5 here somehow. I don't think that's helping enormously. And f takes e4, knight f4 is coming in pretty quickly, or even knight f4 without that. So, I think probably, yeah, this move knight b6 is not bad. And then what was Leela saying? Leela was saying, I think Leela was saying queen c2 here after bishop g2. Oh no, just Leela's now saying, oops, sorry, whack. Leela's saying castles, knight c4, bishop c1. That's possible. And, just looking for f5 later. And I think Leela also pointed out bishop f2, knight c4, queen c2 there as well. Also a possibility, and then just castles later. Possibly this looks a little bit more aggressive, I guess. You're not putting a bishop in the way of the f file. You're just playing f5, and the bishop remains here, so it can also support stuff like knight g5. That might be quite decent. Then black's got to try and decide, well, what am I going to do about this? I mean, the point is, white doesn't really mind giving up a pawn with f5, because when black goes e takes f5, then d5 is weak, for example, and your knight coming into f4, might be doing quite a decent job on that. So, it's yeah, I find these quite difficult to judge for black. So that would be very much something that I would want to. Yeah, kingside attacks run into castle queenside. It's possible that black can castle queenside, but it's not going to be impossible for white to open the queenside, especially with this nice target. You castle the queenside, I'll play rook b1 and b3 and open up the b file or the a file very quickly. Hey, Petsa. Nice to see you. Yes, at work, I can imagine. It's yeah, no, it's really very interesting game at the moment. So yeah, definitely one to keep an eye on whilst you're at work here. So yeah, let's have a look. Leela keeping on chugging away at that, and really looking for oh, bishop g2 is played by Gukesh. Ha! Well done, Guki. It makes sense. So that is very interesting. And now, yeah, again, Leela, absolutely clear now that knight b6 is the move you want to play. No messing around with it at all. So, yeah, I mean, to be honest, it does make the most sense for me. I mean, to be honest, Leela showing here what I was suggesting before, that if you go b5, we play a3. And then at some stage, we're going to play d takes c5 and just stop you playing b4. And then the queen looks really stupid on a5. So Leela, really seeing the best follow-up to queen a5 as knight b6 into c4. And yeah, we're getting castles, knight c4, bishop c1. And now Leela wants to castle. And now king h1 here. And yeah, interestingly enough, actually, after c takes d4, Leela wants to take back with the knight on d4. Which surprises me slightly. But it's a possibility, right? Not bad to get a white piece on d4. It's just that, yeah, you kind of it feels like you're sort of vaguely justifying queen a5 somehow by doing that. You play queen a5 to possibly have c takes d4 and force a knight onto d4, and now you're just going for it. But yeah, okay. The knight on t4 is pretty good, supports f5 and attack on e6, supports f5 from that point of view, but also doesn't particularly support the pawn on e6 there. So You can see lots of my bot. I'm following all the bots all the time. That's what I'm always doing. Let's have a look. So Dinger thinking again. Yeah, I mean, but knight b6, I can see the logic in that very much somehow. And yeah, it'll be up to Gukesh to decide where he wants his bishop. Put it back to c1 or play it back to f2. I mean, it does sort of feel a little bit of a shame, you know, not to when you've developed the bishop to e3, then to push it back to c1. But it is quite a common response to bishop c4. So, you know, to knight c4 rather. So, but it's a little bit of a big decision for white here. So will be a bit of a decision for white. And I don't know what I mean. What else could Ding play here? I mean, you could take on d4 first and play knight b6, but I think that that knight b6 first really would be the move you'd be most likely to play as a grandmaster. You know, you like keeping your options open, and playing c takes d4 feels a little bit early somehow. But if you're worried about white retaking with a pawn on d4, it is getting to be pretty much your last option to guarantee getting a piece on d4 rather than a knight. So it wouldn't amaze me either to see c takes d4 first and then knight b6. You know, that would also be a possibility. And then Gukesh has got to decide again whether to protect b2 with possibly a rook or a queen, or whether to let the bishop drop back to c1. Yeah, I mean both are possible there. It's so yeah, let's have a look. And current win draw loss 28% for white win, 20% win for black somehow. So you know, I mean, very sharp. You know, for a world championship match, these are really you know, on move 11, these are really sharp percentages. And yeah, you know, both sides now pretty obviously out of book. So yeah, what more could you want from a world championship there? So I'm just trying to think of other plans somehow. I mean, the only other plan you could vaguely think of for black would be to play, you know, f6 and attack e5 somehow. And we're sort of seeing that in the this line of Leela's castles, and now this incredible move g5. Didn't have that on my bucket list, because black can close up the king side with f5 afterwards. Yeah, and then Leela wants to play the move b3 just to sort of kind of keep the queen side open. And yeah, who knows? I don't know. That's got the real feel of things getting blocked up quite badly, and I don't know whether you'd be able to squeeze black enough to really make that painful, to be honest. There are plenty of other moves apart from g5, to be honest. So, but that's, yeah, strange, interesting move, that one. The other thing that's interesting there is the move castles, and it's the line that Leela's giving, really. Castles, a3, and then b3, and then b5, and then f5. You know, so this is very much one of those clashes, b4, knight f4. But this feels to me like it should be pretty good for white. But what are we looking at here? Yeah, actually giving a clear advantage there for white. 52.0 winning percentage, just 8.8 for black. I mean, it's completely crazy, right? We're taking on e6 there. Rook f1, queen f1, knight takes e5, and queen f5. And yeah, everything's sort of hanging there. You know, this pawn is quite nice, but obviously it's not going to queen. It's covered by the rook and the bishop. And well, there's a lot of danger for black on the king side, and also this pawn as well. You know, if white gets in bishop d5, then everything's very scary there. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't recommend any more black sort of going diametrically against white's plan, which is f5 and knight f4. I don't think it's time for you hit on the queen side and you hit on the king side and I hit on the queen side. I think we're too late for that. I think these sort of moves where you say, okay, we're going to give ourselves the possibility, you know, of we're going to establish ourselves and maybe give ourselves the possibility of castling queenside. That might be quite sensible somehow, because yeah, I don't really feel the I don't think you've got the capacity in your position anymore, especially with the queen on a5 to start hammering away, you know, at on one side and give white a free hand on the king side. So Ding having another big old think there, 8 minutes. But this is kind of clearer somehow. I mean, it's I suppose the after move 11, what you're saying is that the contours are just Courtenoy circa 1965. Yeah, it does feel a bit old-fashioned French, doesn't it? Five c5 and bishop e7 on the top move. Okay, all the other top moves. Okay, plays for a win from the French. Yeah, no, it's possible. Naptha, possible that Ding's, you know, well, it could be. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe Ding's, you know, sort of forcing himself to play somehow. Yeah, he's trying to not to give Gukesh anything easy, any little edge where he can play forever, but trying to force a crisis early on. You know, it's a good eval bar, isn't it? I certainly think this is a much better eval bar than 0.09. I mean, you know, obviously you've got to look at the variations that the engines give, but 0.09 is not telling me very much. Whereas here, you know, we're really getting a sense of the sharpness of the position. And the fact that we're seeing, you know, good black probability as well for a win, you know, shows that both sides have got lots of chances here. But in principle, this is a kind of a clearer decision, I think, for Ding. I mean, it's clear what White's going to do. So now you've just got to think clearly. Well, okay, well, what am I going to do as Black? You know, but it's not a mystery anymore how White is going to do anything. I mean, he's castling and he's playing f5, knight f4. That's what's going to come at you. So you've just got to work out how to do this. And the nice thing about playing knight b6 to c4 is that you slow White down a little bit by hitting the bishop on e3, and you also connect your bishop on c8 with the pawn on e6. So, you know, f5, you can meet it with ef5, gf5, bishop f5, that is possible. And you're also, you know, consolidating that knight. And the knight on c4 is connected with e5 as well. So if you play f6, you know, it sort of makes sense the position. The one thing I'm not really happy about, you know, I keep on saying it, and maybe it's just one of my manias, but is that queen on a5 that feels I don't feel it's really going to be able to do anything on the queen side. It's not going to be, yeah, you're not going to make anything decisive there. So I don't think the queen should be on a5. It would be better on d8 somehow. That's what I feel. But fan character dressed as a cheerleader jumping in the air. Wow. Wow, Kendra. Super sticker. Wow. Did you just pay for that, Kendra? If you did, that's amazing. I never get donations. I'm not that sort of streamer, but wow, if that's amazing. Thank you very much, Kendra. Incredible. There we are. You're highlighted there, and you get a shout out as well. I hope that's that's worth the spending. Fantastic. Is that looking different on YouTube? Maybe I'm just looking at the chat in Restream, which sort of gathers everything together. So I could also be on Twitch as well. Oh, incredible! Anyway, thanks very much indeed. Yeah, 58 minutes left. I would like Ding to get a move on though, because we're just at the start of the complications here. So it's yeah, there's no increment as well. Yeah, that's true. A3, right. So that is Ding's going for the queen side, and he's sort of gonna be sort of for the moment he's letting his king side take care of itself. It's a very sharp move. I mean, Leela doesn't like it at all, right? But it is an incredibly sharp move. So I reckon that Gukesh is going to play b3 straight away. That is kind of the bad thing to the move, right? And no donations. Yeah, I know. Well, he needs all the money he can get. Yeah, yeah. It's why I don't like a3 very much. C takes d4 immediately. Okay. I don't like this very much. I don't like this plan at all. I don't like this plan at all. Doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, I'm obviously I am kind of reacting to the eval bar, I guess, but I hope I'm also being vaguely consistent with what I've been saying before. I mean, I felt that c takes d4 is kind of early, right? You want to keep your options. But I do feel that if you go a3 b3, then you should be keeping the tension, right, and you should be coming in with b5 b4. That's the consistent thing that you do. Or you played c takes d4 in this position before you play b3, and then you had the c4 square for your knight, or you move your knight into c4. This feels, as the English say, like neither fish nor fowl. It's just a mixture of everything, and I don't really see it somehow. But obviously, let's have a look because maybe Ding has actually got an idea here, and I think he's probably got a clever idea here, which is to play the move knight fd4. That after knight fd4, he wants to play bishop h4, which I hadn't spotted at all. Now this is Ding being very specific there, and sort of saying, this is my last chance to mess up the white position before you castle. And that's not stupid, because look at what Leela's saying: takes, and then g5. Yeah, this is super sharp. I'm not wowed with it, to be honest. I mean, I love g5 ideas, and the French, I play them all the time, but it's just yeah, it's feeling a little bit quite loose for black. I mean, you can win this e5 pawn, but I just don't know where you're castling anymore. You've played a5 to a3, and you've played g5. I'm just kind of scared for you, to be honest, is my feeling. I'm very, very scared for you, even in this position, which I think is presumably what he's aiming for, because what Leela is suggesting, with a 97.1% best move. I mean, the idea, of course, let me just point out, is knight takes d4. We can take on c3, which is, obviously winning a pawn. And I think the key thing that would put any human player off is this move follow up knight c5 with knight e4 coming in. Even if Leela thinks that it might be possible, no human player will ever do this. So yeah, you might do if you didn't have knight c5. You might consider oh, could give up a pawn and sort of play sharply along the c5. It's like the Milner-Barry, right, system in the French. You give up a pawn, get the d4 square for your pieces, and attack on the c file. But yeah, you wouldn't you see knight c5. You would never do this. Bishop d4. No human player will ever do this. I don't think. I can't imagine giving up your dark square bishop like that. Nah. Knight f takes d4 is definitely possible. That's a very human reaction. Oh, king d2 is what Leela wants now. Wow. Oh, yeah. I'm in some ways, I'm sort of I'm only sort of following what engines are saying mostly. Although I hope I'm explaining too as well. But yeah, I mean, this is a better class of analysis than you get with me. Yeah, Leela wanting to play rook c1 here. Brilliant. And after knight d takes c5, plays king c2 and king b1, castling artificially on the queen side. This is bananas. But actually, what Leela's claiming there is that the queen side is quite safe now for white, because you've played this move a3. So b3, no more pawn break. So put the king there, and then you've got the whole king side free to attack. I mean, this is really risky for black. I've played this sort of stuff with black. I'm often doing this with black in the French, but I wouldn't recommend it. And I just don't see actually where the black king is going. I mean, the queen side is very weak for black, with a pawn on a3 here. You could lose this one, and a white queen gets into a3. Yeah, this is very unpleasant. Bishop f2 was also quite unpleasant, to be honest, I felt, in this position, because you know, you play g5, you get the e pawn, but all of your dark squares are all weak. You know that, but this is even sexier somehow, king d2. And of course, we haven't even looked at the main white line here, which is b4, which is very. I don't know if if you miss this, if you see it with black, I don't think you're playing c takes d4, to be honest. Because after queen c7, you just chase the knight away, and then you take back with the knight on d4, right? You take back with a piece that you want, and there's no black pieces able to challenge on d4. And okay, you're getting the knight to b6, but I mean, yeah, this is nothing, right? I mean, what's this knight doing on c4? It's great on that square, and it's cool, but white's just getting around it, right? The queen's coming to e2, the bishop's coming to g3. We're going playing f5. And you've played queen a5 to c7. And Gukesh has played b4. Yeah. Gukesh has played b4. And it's cost him like 5 minutes. Even that's quite a lot. Yeah, this is really I think this is serious, right? This is serious for black now. It's a clever idea from Ding, and it's all based on trying to do something with this play before white castles. But black didn't have that sort of power in this game to be able to do this somehow, I don't think. Yeah, no, I'm not really scared for white, to be honest. These are quite typical positions, really, and yeah, no, this is really no, never revoke the GM title. I'm very much very much against revoking the GM title. So who knows when I might need it. So queen c7 played by Ding quickly. He's got no other move. And then Ding is, and then yeah, Gukesh is going to play knight e takes d4 very quickly. And he's got a 30-minute lead on the clock. And Ding's got a very unpleasant choice here, actually. Ding's got a very unpleasant choice. And this is just a dream position for white. It's yeah, Gukesh is playing instantly. So yeah, it's the dream position for white. So I mean, Gukesh has got serious chances here. And you see it straight away, right? I mean, we know now that it's still a sharp position, right? So you know, white's black probability here has got you know, 12.5% still, which is still quite good probability, right? But white at 46.9. You know, so it's really you know, you're basically saying that white's got as good a chance of winning this as drawing it, even better. And yeah, could lose some games. That's that sharp, but the winning chances, the winning probabilities have just gone massively up after c takes d4 from Ding. So yeah, so yeah, this is which knight to take with. Yeah, both are promising, but I think knight e takes d4 is very natural. The most natural for a human player, I think. Stop bishop h4. You've played that knight round to e2, and it could take on d4 only by itself, you know, for a long time. So it's just the most natural. It feels freer somehow. You know, you're sort of freeing pieces on the second rank, freeing e2 for the queen. So that feels the most natural somehow. But yeah, both were probably quite reasonable. So Ding, I don't know what to recommend now, actually. This is one of those positions where everything starts to look bad now. Yeah, it's a very sensible move, keeping the knight on f3 like that, St. Dukes indeed. Yeah, this is very, 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 very unpleasant. Let me just have a quick look. I'm just intrigued as to where the game left book here. So just having a look at my trusty hierarchs. It looks like for hierarchs, g4 was the new move. So that's quite interesting. Let me just have a look. Current game. Pace position. Oh, sorry, pace game. Just have a look what chess base is telling me. yeah, g4 as well. So g4 looks like it was the real novelty there from Gukesh. Yeah, very nice. Good. I mean, simply, it's a concept, right? And it's a very easily understandable concept. So absolutely, we go for it simply. So what on earth are we going to recommend Ding now? I don't know, to be honest. I'm not really feeling it for black. Let me just put this onto some of my other engines, and they can Obsidian and Torch. So Torch is actually saying 0.35, 0.35 for white. So he's just saying slight advantage. Feels like much more to me than that, to be honest. Also because I'm sort of suspecting that Ding kind of missed or underestimated d4 somehow. Obsidian saying 0.20 for 0.25 for white there somehow. Back to 0.15 now. Feels very low to me, I have to say. I think that this is very looking very pleasant for white here. But okay, I mean, you've got to continue with black. You're certainly not going to castle queenside, so you're going to have to look how you're going to castle kingside here, basically. I mean, I think that's the only thing. And then what are you going to do? Well, you're going to try and put a knight on b6 to c4, I guess, and play f6. I think that's would really be the plan that would suggest itself to me. So the question is, in what sort of order do you want to do something? I mean, the one positive thing about having taken on d4 there is that there's no, f5, the pawn on e5 is just weak. So that should be all right. So I would say that I would think that I could play castles and get away with it. That would be my initial reaction. Castles from white feels natural. And knight takes d4. I would only be taking on d4, to be honest, if I was very, very nervous. And because I'm not even sure after knight takes d4 whether white can't just play c takes d4 here. I mean, I just give away that pawn on b4 and then play f5. I don't see why that would be. Why would that be wrong? Doesn't seem so bad somehow. But also queen takes d4 is a little bit strange, maybe. I mean, bishop takes d4 again feels more natural to me. I guess queen takes d4. The idea is that black can't play knight b6 anymore. That's the point. So you're stopping him from getting into c4. But now you want f6. Yeah, Leela doing miracles here to get its pieces active. g5 from white. That's interesting. Leela always wanting this g5. Yeah, you're wondering f5. I don't think I'd be tempted to play f5. White's got the possibilities of breaking with c4 at some stage. You can play a knight d2 and c4, and then then I wouldn't fancy my chances of holding out, especially with the pawn on a3 being weak. That's always a target. So I think you've got to go for the open position. Yeah, Leela looking for rook a6 to c6 there, which is quite interesting there. But yeah, White's got possibilities of advancing the h pawn, hitting the pawn on e6 with bishop h3. Feels quite nice and easy for white. And yeah, I wouldn't be taking on d4 somehow. That doesn't feel like a good way of doing things. I'd be more likely to be looking to go castles and then knight b6 into c4. So, for example, knight b6, castles, bishop d7. A little bit of, oh god, oh, Leela's looking in the main line. Is actually, Leela's got no doubts at all, right? 98.6% now is what Leela wants to do. And what Leela wants to do here is just to take and castle queenside here. So rely on the knight on c4, pawn a3 as a sort of a barrier against white's position. This looks utterly horrific to me, to be honest. I can't believe that Leela's serious about this. I mean, surely White's just going to advance on the king side here and eventually, you know, invade on the F file or just push all the pawns. I mean, that's Leela. I can't believe you like this. I can't believe it. I can't believe Leela thinks this is the best line. That really does look incredibly risky to me. I sort of want the combination of the two, really. You know, so sort of castling, playing knight b6, and then castling somehow. I'm not really seeing any lines of Leela that are like that. So this is the one closest one I get. So taking on d4, not taking with the queen there in that line, taking with a knight, with a bishop rather, and now Leela playing knight b6, castles. But yeah, Leela very nervous about castling kingside somehow, yeah? The more you look at it, the more Leela's sort of saying, not sure about castling kingside. I think I'd rather castle queenside. Rook f8, knight f3, castle queenside. There we are. So Leela's very, very nervous about that. Yeah, is Ding going to castle queenside? I wouldn't put it past him. He's sort of, you know, he is sort of in a little bit of a playful frame of mind, I think, you know, with his plans there. So he might well do something like that. But I do think that's, for a human player at least, I do think that's a bit the emergency break somehow, castling queenside. I don't think that can ever have been your plan. Not when you played queen a5 and then a3. I can't think that was ever your plan to castle queenside. So if Ding castles queenside, I think this is a little bit of, from a human point of view, it's a little bit of desperation, even if the engines say that this is perfectly fine and there's nothing to worry about. So Leela. Yeah, that's right. This line, after knight b6, white can play knight b5, and actually then you're really stopping black from castling queenside, and then somehow you know, you're yeah, I say somehow a lot. I've got my things that I say a lot, I'm afraid. It's actually is another big one, sometimes several times in the same sentence. Yeah, you could, if you go knight b6 and you go knight b5 and reply, let me just show you that. So if you go knight b6 and we go knight b5 in reply, then queen d8. So you're sort of stopping black from castling queenside there. So you sort of force black over to the king side. Only of course your knight sort of left the room as well. So f5 is a little bit harder to achieve. I don't think that white should be scared about black castling queenside. I think if black decides, I mean, certainly as a white player, I'd be thinking, well, if you want to arrange castling queenside, good luck. You might lose some pieces along the way. And I'm not particularly worried about it. I'll just get in f5 and keep on pushing. Yeah, I would really, as black, be thinking more about castling kingside. I'd be very worried about it, but I'd be thinking about trying to castle kingside there. So yeah, I mean, the move I'm sort of thinking of is castles. Castles. Have we got Sessa on here? 0.36 is what Sessa is giving. 0.97 if you castle queenside. Oh, look at Sessa. This is the line somehow. Yeah, castles knight b6, king h1, knight c4, bishop g1, bishop d7. This is what I would play naturally with white, and Stockfish there is saying the Sessa powerful computers is saying that this is nearly +1 for white. Yeah, I mean, the key thing is that Sessa doesn't think that you're able to get an f6 as black. So basically, your counterplay is kind of non-existent there, or you're going to be really struggling to play around with your pieces to do it. Although f6, I quite like f6 somehow, but yeah, basically doesn't particularly like this very much. But And Leela looking more for this, yeah, knight b6 and casting queenside. Fascinating. But I mean, I think, yeah, Ding's having another long think. 44 minutes. Oh, thank you, Adam. Zero content. Leela considers this 0.36. Okay. Yeah, yeah. It's, yeah, I'm feeling a lot more pessimistic about it. I guess, I guess I have the feeling that Ding's lost the thread a little bit, right? That's how it feels to me, and then I'm sort of then extrapolating that into a clear white advantage. I think that's what I'm doing. I would say, to be honest, yeah, I also feel that I can see White's chances much more easily than Black somehow. I have the feeling that Black's going to be reacting a lot to what White does, and that makes me kind of nervous. But that doesn't, necessarily mean that objectively that I guess that the Black is so much worse. But from a human perspective, it makes me very nervous that I might not choose to react in the right way. Yeah, this is bad time handling. I mean, this is really poor time handling, right? I mean, move 14, you've got 43 minutes left with no increment. This is really, really worrying. On the other hand, yeah, you could easily get it all wrong somehow. So yeah. The big danger is ending up in a position where you've got absolutely no counterplay, and then the engine's evaluation of +7 or plus 0.7, 0.8 is not really relevant. You're just looking at your position, you don't know what to do. That's yeah, very, very bad. So I would have thought that Ding would be looking here more about, can I create something? I mean, I think if I was Black, I'd be thinking, can I get in, could I get in G5 somehow? Could I get in G5 and be breaking open the position somehow? But I'd also have the feeling that I'm kind of way too late, having played A5 to A4 to A3. Yeah, just don't like this very much at all. I like Leela's line here, actually, very much what Leela is doing here. So castles, bishop d7, f5, knight c4, bishop f4, takes, and then just bringing the bishop back to g3 here, and just lining up like this. I like this. I like this very much. All the pieces nicely consolidated, and you're just getting ready to come through on the f file. I mean, typically, of course, the engine's managing to make some counterplay. I hadn't seen this one coming. How you're going to try and create some counterplay against this pawn, but then some tactics vaguely happening here, just ruining the Black position and opening up this diagonal. You're going to be able to take on d5 afterwards. But I mean, basically, this sort of lineup from White is pretty ideal, really. Just bishop supporting the pawn on e5, and then you're ready to at the very least just to take on e6 and then invade on f7 and start munching pawns on the 7th, and also attacking this e6 pawn. This is just really very, very possible here. Quite a simple plan for White. And not easy to see, from Black, what sort of counterplay do you have? So yeah. Yeah, I'd be getting very worried. I mean, that 50-minute time advantage now for Gukesh. And what's Viren calculating? 90 seconds per move left. Oh my goodness. When you put it like that, it sounds absolutely impossible. Yeah, I don't know what other commentators are saying about it, but yeah, this is feeling very, very scary. Yeah, we're sort of worried here. Let me just have a quick look at what the other engines are saying. So Torch is giving Actually, the same line that that Viren posted in the chat. Torch is giving knight b6, knight b5, queen d8, followed by bishop d7 there, giving 0.35 for white. So yeah, nothing nothing too terrible. Obsidian is giving something a little bit weird there, but interesting. He's giving knight b5, queen d8. He's giving the move bishop f1, which is not a move I had on my bingo card. And then I guess trying to cover c4, maybe thinking about putting the bishop round to d3. It's a strange move. And then giving d4 for black, just sacrificing a pawn to free d5. Interesting somehow. Yeah, I mean, certainly this plan of d5 to d4 would be definitely one worth considering. And I would say that would be a very good reason, humanly speaking, not to meet knight b6 with knight b5, but just to keep it tight at the back and just stay on your central squares there. What Leela is saying. So knight b6 has been played by Ding, and now castles is what Leela wants. Yeah, actually, also this line, queen d8, bishop f1. This line as well that that Obsidian pointed out, and then d4 is also looked at by Leela. But yeah, I'm losing understanding by now. To be honest, I don't understand at all why you'd want to play this line. I can't imagine any human player even thinking about it, let alone playing it. I think the only move I can imagine a human player playing, to be honest, is is castles. You might play knight b5 if you're scared about black castling queenside, or if you think that you've got some special tactic. For example, if I got interested in, sorry, I'm going to the wrong thing. If I got interested in a line like queen d8, bishop c5, and then looking for something like knight d6, I don't suppose I would. I mean, there's going to be some stuff like knight c4, which also covers d6 as well. But just imagine that I got interested in a tactical line like that, then I might, think about it and say, "Oh, could I do that?" But apart from that, I don't think. I mean, I wouldn't consider a move like knight b5 particularly, unless there was a really urgent reason why I thought it was good. Otherwise, I would just say, castles, and and off we go there. That would be my. Yeah, I mean, Gukesh has lost some time trouble games. So there's one against Ali Reza in the recent candidates that comes to mind. Just yeah, it was chaos somehow, and Gukesh lost control of it somehow. And I think I'm right in saying that people feel that he's less good with little time left, rather than compared to other players. Obviously he's still fantastic, but yeah, I mean, somehow yeah, it's not this is not going to be his time trouble. So yeah, a little bit worrying there. I'd expect Gukesh to play castles fairly quickly, although he is the sort of there's one thing about Gukesh, he's quite concrete player somehow. So he would be one of the players that I would think who might consider a move like knight b5 quite carefully, looking for some sort of concrete way to do it. But I don't think it really gives that much somehow. I don't think it would give you any particular reason why you'd want to do it. So I would say that castles would be a reasonable move. The only reason you might want to think about castles is if you think that black will play knight c4 quickly, and you sort of say, well, I want to have my move prepared. I want to be sure whether I'm going to play bishop c1 or bishop f2 in reply. That's the only reason I could think, although I'm pretty sure you'd want to play bishop f2. I can't really imagine wanting to play bishops. c1 in this position after knight c4. So I would say just a couple. Yeah, I would expect a couple of minutes on castles and then play it quickly, right? That would be my thinking. But Gukesh actually spending 4 minutes here. So yeah, slightly surprised about that, but very much surprised about this move bishop f1 that the engines are pointing out. You know, would I don't think it's a move that would ever occur to me. No, it would not be a move that would ever occur to me. So yeah, knight b5, bishop f1, just way too, you know, kind of way too specific somehow. You know, for a human player somehow. You know, this sort of plan. You know, it's really, I mean, you're just relying on sort of stuff, for example, like knight c4 is presumably bad for some concrete reason. Presumably you're going to take off the knight, take off the queens, and the ending is just it's just great for you. But yeah, that will be true. But oh, I'm just winning in actual fact. But yeah, still, you know, a move like bishop f1 just feels, when you could just castle, you know, and develop some pieces rather than undeveloped one, you know, it just feels just does not feel like anything. Well, if Gukesh plays it, I will I was going to say eat my hat, but that's too dangerous. I will eat a biscuit if if Gukesh plays knight b5 and bishop f1, because I can't think of yeah, at a first guess, I couldn't think of any player in the world who would play that. Yeah, no, surprised he's spending 6 minutes. That feels to me a little bit like wasted time, but yeah, not he can afford to do it. It's also, it's hard playing an opponent who's thinking for so long. You know, you do start to question yourself about your own rhythm. You know, should I be playing faster all the time then, or should I be playing slow? Should I be ready with a move as soon as he plays? You know, it can knock you a little bit somehow. So yes, it does seem a rather low stakes bet, but it's well, I think you should try and enjoy gambling. And it's probably reducing my life long term. So, you know, definitely living dangerously that way. But no, Leela suggesting castles, and yeah, I mean, I'm really expecting that. So I'm really, the way things played, I'm really tending to think that that the comment on this stream that this is a throwaway opening, I think is correct. I don't really have things not giving me the feeling of somebody who's prepared for the French for the whole match somehow. This really does feel like he's you know, he's prepared some stuff for the for this specific game, and he hasn't been you know, amazingly well prepared for the whole French complex somehow. So yeah, that's true. Actually, that's a good point, Naptha. It's Black's winning chances are getting higher indeed, the deeper that Leela thinks. So so seeing some chances somehow, that's good news at least. 8 minutes somehow, really interesting. I'd be intrigued to know what well, Gukesh is seeing that he doesn't particularly like somehow, because I guess maybe the one thing that you might wonder about as Black, just trying to oh, have we I need to refresh here. One thing that you might need to wonder about, maybe you might wonder about as Black, is whether moves like h5 are going to be possible. King f1, my good, that would have been king f2 a blunder, not a, well, king f2 I think would run into knight c4 a little bit somehow. In principle, it's not a bad idea to keep the king for but castle played and knight c4. Ooh, sorry, I think that might be my parcel. Just one moment. It is a parcel, but not the one I wanted. It's but I'm going. Sorry, just I'm going quite big on Italian books at the moment. So I just got this one, which was quite nice. Sanremo 1930. It's a very famous book in Italian, apparently. This Enrico Ciccelli, I think you pronounce it, is quite a well-known author, historical author in Italy, and he's looking at the this famous Sanremo tournament of 1930, which, if memory serves right, Alekin won by 50 points or something. It was one of his greatest triumphs, wasn't it? I think. Trying to find a score. If you have a tournament table somewhere, that would be a bit of a misser if there was. I can't find a tournament table. There we are. Yes, there we are. I don't know whether you can see that. 14 points, and the next one on 10.5. So brilliant. So I'm looking forward to reading through that. So anyway, back to there. Knight c4 and bishop f2 played. So I think actually, I think that Gukesh was actually doing what I said. So he was sort of making sure that he was casting and knew exactly how he wanted to follow up. Maybe expecting Ding to play knight c4 quickly, and he didn't want to spend any more time. I think that yeah. How long did he spend? Something like 8 minutes on that. Was a little bit long, to be honest, but 9 minutes was a little bit long. But yeah, okay. We perfectly fine, and now Ding has got to now Ding really should have something prepared. Now he should have his plan ready here. Now what's interesting about what Leela's doing, Leela's suggesting, is the following, and I saw something like this recently. Oh yeah, no, it was during analyzing some analysis of the odds games. And analyzing it with Stockfish and Torch, and you know, Leela was, he could actually imagine that Leela had some sort of position like this, where Leela was building up on the king's side like this, and what Torch and Stockfish recommended was actually to not to castle, but just to castle artificially and keep the rook on h8, and this is what Leela's suggesting here. So knight d4 takes, rook e1 g6, queen d3 h5, and then playing the king f8 to g7. The idea being you keep this rook on the h file, protecting the h5 pawn so that white can't sacrifice against it, and gradually, you know, and try and aim for maximum safety that way. So, you know, if you castled, the rook would be on f8. You know, white could look for sacrifices with bishop f3 takes h5, keeping the king on h8. You sort of ensuring maximum safety. Now, the one thing you've got to watch out here, and this is typical Leela, and we saw, oh, good Lord, it's the, I'm banging my microphone there. It's the thing that I mentioned earlier about these Leela's pawn breaks with this g5 structure, g5 and e5, and that hole on f5. Leela will break with f5 at some moment. And look at that video, Leela against Defend Chess on my channel. Leela will break with e takes f5 at some moment, and so that's dangerous, and that will happen. But at any rate, you're not by really castling in super exaggerated, careful fashion. There, you're not allowing any breaks there against the king side. So Ding has played the move bishop d7. I don't think that's too different, to be honest. I think that's fairly normal. He's played it reasonably quickly. Well, he can't spend much time, but 234 is still below the average, right? He's reducing the average number of moves. Yeah, and you're right, Vera, and it's getting interesting now because we've got rook e1 from Leela, queen c2. Queen d3, queen e2. Yeah, this is really one where you've got to think about where you're going to put your pieces. Knight b3 is very interesting, I do find. I like knight b3. I like knight b3 very much. Why do I like knight b3 very much? It's the point is, humanly I like it very much, and I would, if I played it, I would feel that I had a great deal of understanding, and I was really showing a real grandmaster, the real grandmaster touch that sets you apart from Mr. Beeds. So the reason for that is, Black could have played knight takes d4 on lots of previous occasions, and he's keeping his options in reserve. Now I play a move knight b3, and I say to my opponent, "Ha ha! You lost your chance to play knight b3. So you're not going to be able to exchange off your pieces, and I'm going to get in stuff like knight c5 or whatever." It's just sometimes, doing that to your opponent, sort of crossing their plans and giving them the feeling of, oh my goodness, I missed that. I should have, now was the moment to reduce my opponent's possibilities, and now he's got some extra ones. That would have been, that would have been very, yeah, that would have been quite sensible, maybe, and Queen e1, bishop h4. That's a very nice. That's a very nice plan, actually. Yeah, after b6, we're going to claim that you've weakened the light square, so we'll just probably hop back and claim we've been a grandmaster. That's not sure about it, but from a human point of view, it's quite a nice one. Queen e1 with bishop h4 to follow is quite a nice plan as well. That's definitely worth looking at. What's Leela looking at for the main move? Rook e1. Yeah, I mean, Leela wants f4 to f5, right? That's yeah, Leela's expecting g6. Wow, f5 is tempting there, I have to say. Queen d3, h5. It's only because Leela doesn't care about g5 and thinks I'll play f5 later anyway that. But I would say that f5 here looks quite tempting. I mean, I know you're sacrificing this pawn, but you're opening up the center as well. Yeah, not sure about that one again. But rook e1's interesting. It's not an intuitive move. Again, I wouldn't expect a human player to play rook e1 because you're tending to think that you want to have the rook on the f file somehow. I wouldn't think of rook e1. Okay, Leela hates it. Okay. Also, knight d2. Okay. Knight d2. I wouldn't be thinking about exchanging off pieces at the moment, I have to say. Black still feels quite cramped. This is why I like knight b3 somehow, just to leave Black with most of his pieces on back third rank. Queen c2 feels weird putting it opposite the queen somehow. But supporting f4 to f5 is not bad without allowing knight b2. Yeah, this might be a move this might be a move a human player would come up with. I think if you're seeing that queen d3, you'll get hit by knight b2, and you sort of think, oh, I can't be asked to look at that all the time. You might go queen c2, which looks a little bit funny, but you sort of think, okay, I'm avoiding knight b2. It's fine. It's concrete. But after knight b2, again, I'd be looking rook fe1. I'd be thinking, although, yeah, I mean, you're wondering about the c file there. So normally I'd be looking at rook a1, but to be able to have rook c1 to defend the pawn, I might be looking at rook fe1 in there. But this doesn't feel very, very natural somehow, I have to say. I think, to be honest, if I was looking at a move, normally it would be queen e2. I think knight b3, I'd definitely, if I had my grandmaster shoes on, then I would look at queen e2. But then I would look at knight b3. But queen e2, you're joking. Stockfish is giving 0.00. I cannot believe it. Cannot believe it. This is ridiculous. Incredible, eh? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I would not think that for the world, simply, I would not think that for the world. Don't see how that could ever be. But yeah, interesting. At the end of the day, what do we know? So nah, but I just yeah, I mean I really think that that White's got nice chances here. I mean, Queen E2 feels very natural. If you're looking at natural moves that I'd play, because if knight, if knight takes d4 here, knight d4, knight b2, well, I'd be looking at rook c1, to be honest. I don't. Queen f3, queen f3, rook c8, rook fc1. I would never do that, I'm afraid. Or maybe after rook ac1, would the engines be thinking about queen c4, hitting a2? Maybe they are. Yeah, I think I'd be happily missing lots of these ideas somehow. I'm actually predicting that Gukesh will play knight b3. I think he will. I think that's the move that he's going to play there. Just but yeah, it's shocking that Stockfish is saying 0.00. Wouldn't ever have believed it. The way I'm feeling this, really, I feel that Black's really in a lot of danger, and it's really a crucial moment for him to even think about surviving okay. But yeah. So are there? Yeah, I mean, if I was just putting a general plan together, just then I would be saying, yeah, Queen E2 would be my normal thought, and I'd be thinking about, to be honest, playing Bishop G3 and F5. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'd be thinking quite seriously as well about, after knight takes D4, just taking back with the pawn and sacrificing this one somehow. Now even Queen E2. Knight takes d4 takes, because it just solidifies this, and then you just get f5 after. A bit much maybe to give up the pawn, but yeah, I'd be thinking about queen d4, knight d4, knight d4, and expecting to be able to carry through without much warrior, just with those sort of moves. But indeed, what Leela says, knight d2, and then kind of insists on white playing rook c1. So I do imagine that Leela's thinking about this move, queen c4, which attacks the pawn on a2, and then you're claiming that after here takes on here, that there's no danger at all for Black. Interesting. Possible. Well, actually, must be said, after queen f3, you've also got knight d3 just to win this one. Although I'm not sure how amazing that is. But when you win this bishop, then this pawn becomes weak after. Yeah, I mean, it's looking like Black's got some counterplay here. Just wondering whether you could take off like that, actually. Knight c4, play rook e1, then play for f5. But you always assume that that these positions are not so dangerous for Black with the queens off. Black's nicely entrenched on the queen side like that, so crazy. Crazy. Yeah, it seems like Black really can create some counterplay on the queen side and against the pawn. I didn't see it at all. Didn't believe that at all. But okay, still some danger to come somehow. Yeah, what Leela's looking at is to play rook e1, takes. So basically keeping the rook on c1 to defend c3 if necessary. And after g6, then playing queen d3. And then this is the key thing, h5 from Black, to stop you from playing f5. I mean, in all fairness, f5 now doesn't look so stupid. I mean, you're threatening to take on g6. Yeah, again, feels kind of like it might have to be calculated. But g5, queen d2, rook c8, rook c1. Oh, castles now from Leela. Oh, and queen e8. Yeah, Leela finding all sorts of weird things here. Oh, and now playing the rook back to h8 just to hold on. Yeah, this would be a sort of a shuffle. This would be a sort of a shuffle position in the TCC. You'd be playing this for the hundreds of moves, and then Stockfish would run you short of time, play f5 at some moment, and then beat you. Yeah, surprised that Black can ever achieve this somehow. But well, I mean, if Ding plays it something like this, and we're going to have to be saying about him that he really saw it beautifully and really understood it better than anyone else. Because yeah, but okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this at all. So looking forward now to seeing Gukesh's move. Gukesh spent 12 minutes 55 seconds on this. Well, it is quite a big decision, you know, to do. What I do wonder about actually as well is, I mean, Leela's always taking on d4 with the knight, but taking with the bishop on d4 feels like a very sensible move somehow. I mean, why wouldn't I just play queen e2, knight takes d4, and then just take with the bishop like this? What on earth is wrong with this? This looks way more natural, right? I mean, I'm just defending this pawn. I'm protecting this one, and then I'm going to hope for f5 at some moment. Oh, just got to close the door. Is somebody coming? Why wouldn't I be doing this? I guess there's bishop b5 coming in. We're hoping that we're going to be able to create some noise. Well, knight d6 for the moment. I've got e takes d6, so I'm just going to go f5, right? I mean, you can play maybe a move like queen d7, but then I get out of the way. Play queen f2 or something like that. I suppose I mean, yeah. You're going to create some, but can't I just sack the exchange and just keep on going somehow? I just find it, I can't, actually, I don't understand, actually, yeah, I don't really understand, actually. Why would we be taking with the knight and leaving this one weak and leaving a bishop passive on f2? Why wouldn't we be taking with the bishop on d4 and just going for it? It's a pretty good question, in all fairness. Yeah, don't understand that particularly. As I said, I would say knight b3 for me would be a sort of a grandmaster move, just letting the opponent know that he's missed a chance, missed a trick. Trying to anyway. And the other move I would definitely consider would be queen e2. Queen c2, queen d3, I understand, supporting f5, but they don't feel natural to me. They feel like I'm putting my pieces in the wrong place. Queen d3 because of knight b2, queen c2 because of that opposition. And queen e2 just feels right, supporting f5. But if you took on d4, I'm just taking with the bishop. I'm not taking with the knight and weakening this pawn. Or if I'm taking with the knight, then, for example, in this position, yeah, I'd be thinking about playing f5 now and just sacrificing that pawn. I mean, f5 here doesn't look so stupid, right? Why would I? Why do I need to keep this pawn? You know, f5, queen c3, and then find me something. You know, that's the question, of course. You know, you need to find. I need to find something, but I mean, you know, just knight d4, knight b2, f5, queen takes c3. Leela knight odds. Oh wow, you're trying it with Leela knight odds. Wow, that's funny. Yeah, knight a7 and is quite an idea indeed. Knight b3. I was thinking about that one as well. Knight b2, queen e2, knight a7, hitting there. But I was thinking more about just returning with the knight then, and then trying to sacrifice the pawn somehow. Or maybe playing f5 straight away. And there's bishop b5, of course. Maybe knight d4 first. Yeah, I mean, I keep on wanting to do this. The only problem with it all is something like queen d3 could be a bit annoying. Maybe I go queen e1. And I'm just looking to sacrifice stuff somehow. We even go rook c1, queen d3, queen e1. Go bishop f1, maybe. I don't know. I just sort of really feel that you should be trying to play actively like this, and I do like the idea of just playing a move like f5 and just trying to sacrifice something. Knight b5, maybe. I mean, I was even looking at thinking of stuff like this, or even f6 somehow. But obviously, since I'm sacrificing Gukesh's pieces, I mean, I'm also desperately increasing the possibilities and chances of him losing somehow. What you can say is that this counterplay with knight b2 and the queen sort of getting stuck in like this is much more awkward than I would ever have dreamt, you know. So that's quite awkward. But that's kind of what I would kind of what I'm looking for. King h1 mentioned in the good old chat there. Also not a bad move. What I do like about that somehow is that White's playing bishop e1 just to cover the to cover everything. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like you. Yeah, I mean, I might be just assessing it wrong, but it feels like you've got some sort of chance at the moment, you know, and you should be taking that chance. And yeah, just not playing just to hold the position is kind of tricky. But yeah, again, you know, Gukesh might be feeling the nerves as well now, of course, you know, and might be you know, trying to weigh up, you know, do I need to play really aggressively now, or do I need to is it time to keep things tight? Tricky, very tricky. But yeah, as I said, I would expect, yeah, maybe a move queen e2, maybe a move knight b3, maybe a move king h1, for example. I mean, the nice thing about king h1 is that if you play king h1 in this position and takes on there, I can take with a bishop. And if you go bishop b5, I can go rook g1, just sidestep, you know. And if h5, then maybe I've got gh, right, and my rook's already well placed. And otherwise, f5, and the rook will be well placed on this g file when I open up, if the g file opens up. I guess black could look for stuff like bishop d3 to e4 somehow. Amazing how you're you know, creating counterplay coming in through the light squares. I wouldn't have dreamt that you could do anything like this. But Gukesh on 21 minutes now, so yeah, Ding will be feeling just a little bit better. And after all, you're down now to yeah, an hour for 24 moves with no increment. So yeah, there is one quite nice idea. I was looking at rook c1. I was wondering about this just as a good prophylactic move somehow. By the way, I'm vaguely wondering why Leela's always saying knight takes d4, knight takes d4, knight b2. I'm kind of wondering why Leela isn't saying knight b2 straight away. Because after knight takes d4, knight d4, knight b2, the queen goes directly to f3. Whereas you might think that after knight b2, the queen goes to e2, and then I take, and go queen c4. And aren't I saving a tempo somehow? I don't know why knight b2 wouldn't be a better idea for white. But okay, anyway, I've noticed this quite a lot really. But queen c4 and then rook e1. So Leela looking there just to abandon the a2 pawn to its doom. And then, yeah, this is not very, again, no human player would ever play like this and expect to get anything, just putting the rooks like that, defending the c3 pawn. So yeah, it doesn't look like rook c1 really gets to it. But it's amazing, right? I mean, we're just looking for counterplay with knight b2 and then the queen coming into c4 and attacking a2. It's really I had never in my wildest dreams I dreamt that that black might have some chances of making something of this anyway. Doesn't seem right somehow. Yeah, so few mysteries for me somehow. Let's have a look at Sese. What does Sese say on this? PV is king h1, knight takes d4, knight d4, rook c8, rook c1. Queen to c4 afterwards. Yes, I mean, similar sort of counterplay. Oh, it's quite sharp though, this one, isn't it? Quite a sharp line here. Bishop a4, f5, bishop takes c2, takes, queen c2. So loosening up the light squares and then sacrificing the exchange, getting rid of the light squared bishop. Ooh, knight b4, queen b1, queen a2, queen d1. Yeah, totally bananas somehow. But yeah, but this is obviously quite, it's really quite very, very risky here, and you can see that black's counterplay. Yeah, this is real somehow. Yeah, it feels absolutely on the edge, like and like would I ever be able to guess this somehow, that that the counterplay is arriving like this? I don't think so. But yeah, if the engine's if Stockfish is sort of feeling that it's possible, then it's possible. But let's have a look. Gukesh now 25-minute think. This is a big think. Contemplar would be happy to play black here. Oh my goodness. A little look at that. Just add that on there. So bishop g2, a3 takes, c takes b3, b4. Yeah, let's have a look. Just a little look down the possibilities. Is there anything that catches our fancy here? Yeah, I mean, after f5, yeah, black's just castling. Also an interesting idea, actually. f5, just trying to open things up, claiming that you can't take this pawn. But castles. I mean, from a human perspective, f6, feels vaguely worrying. I have to say, although normally these positions where you've got your solid center and your pieces are vaguely central are not too bad. But yeah, I mean, I'd definitely be worried about f5, f6. I mean, actually, yeah, it could be that Gukesh is thinking about playing f5. That would also be a very natural move to look at. Yeah, I mean, the idea is, if you took with a knight on e5, for example, so we'll assume takes, and maybe you go bishop g3 here. The idea knight e3, we've got bishop takes c5, and yeah, I'm sort of hoping that if you go castles, I could play something like takes some queen e2, something like this, maybe just and who knows, maybe get some power on here. I've got the e6 pawn. If this knight ever moves, you can go bishop d6, but yeah, I can maybe get some pressure somehow. And if castles, then f6. I imagine that this is just the engines just think this is nothing at all for white, and you're just ruining your position by doing that. But yeah, I could easily be tempted into thinking about this during a practical game. So that wouldn't amaze me either, to be honest. F5. Yeah, those are my. I think these are my human choices. I think knight b3, if you're trying to be really subtle. Queen e2, it's quite natural. King h1, just to give your rook a little bit of room there. F5, and maybe rook c1. If you're sort of thinking, well, I'll play sort of prophylactic and just make sure that black can't do anything, and maybe thinking after knight taking on d4 of taking with the c pawn back, and then sacrificing this one and playing f5. I mean, that would also be a possibility I could think of. But 30 minutes now from Gukesh. This is a big thing. It's always the interesting. It's getting a bit much, yeah. The Milner-Barry gambit as white, never. I've faced it as black. I've analysed it a lot as black. Had a game against David Smurden at the 4NCL one time. Oh, thank you, Adam. And spent must have been weeks analysing the Milner-Barry, and came up with a really nice novelty actually. But yeah, it's very dangerous. I mean, the engines think it's just fine, and there are all sorts of ways of sacrificing. Johnny Hector brought some new ideas into it, like he does always with anything gambity. And yeah, I mean, the engines just seem to think that as long as you've got a pawn on e5 in the French, you can be a pawn down, and there's nothing to worry about, It's an interesting question, actually. What when you've thought for so long, what sort of move do you play? What sort of move do you play? When it's actually your time to move. I actually had the rule that if I thought for a long time, I would play the most complicated move that I'd analysed. I was not, because I tried. I got a couple of times into the frame of mind of oh no, I've thought for a long time about this move. Now I know that all the complicated things aren't good, so I'll just play a quieter move. And then your opponent plays quickly again, and then you're just exhausted. Basically, if I've looked at something complex, well, if it's not good, I don't care. I'm going to play it because at least I know the most about it. And so, yeah, I'm actually tending to think that Gukesh will play f5 now. That's what I'm tending to think. Yeah, it's an interesting point, Naptha. There might be a bit too much to calculate in this position. It is incredibly complicated, and even having Leela showing all these lines, it's taking a while to sort of get a good grip of what is good in the position, and actually to get a bit of a better grip to understand that, yeah, black's not so bad either. The black's got plenty of counterplay, although it's quite it's very hard to organize somehow. It's on a very thin line, Black's counterplay. You know, it's you're playing the knight to b2, you're playing the queen to c4, and the fact that you get pressure against the c3 and the a2 pawns, that's kind of restricting white from playing f5, and you might have h5 at some stage to try and knock that as well. It's very, very complicated, very complicated play, basically. I don't know how much you could understand of that from afar unless you really knew these French positions very well. It's possible. I mean, it's possible that that Ding's approach. I don't know whether he had this in his intention at least, but his approach is to try and give Gukesh as complicated positions as possible and try and let him make the effort to solve them. You know, and sort of try and get Gukesh a bit tied up in knots, trying to solve two difficult positions rather than just focus on beating Ding somehow. You know, it's possible. It's completely possible. I guess this is one of the things we'll have to look at to see what Ding's approach is. But certainly, I mean, choosing the French in the first game in a very complicated, difficult positions to play. You know, it's definitely shows you've got some concrete idea in mind, some thought about how you want to play. You know, and it's certainly not the obvious one in a World Championship match. You know, so. 180 million nodes. Wow. Queen e2 he's played. Yeah, that was one of the natural human moves, so I'm not at all surprised. I am going to be very interested to see what happens after knight takes d4, because I'm just taking back with the bishop as a matter of course, and Leela hasn't looked at it once. Now Leela! Finally going for the GM move, right? Frankly. Oh, we're looking at my variation. We're looking at the variation I gave, actually. I think maybe you just need to hook me up to one of these, you know, and because this is I know Leela's swapped again, curses. So bishop takes d4 seems to be Leela's low node choice, and then switches to knight takes d4 later. Knight takes d4 played. I am betting on bishop takes d4 now. I cannot believe that the Ding will play knight takes d4. Although it may be the best move, but bishop takes d4 seems so much more natural. Just defending the pawn on c3. I mean, if you spend any time, which Gukesh has, then you cotton on all of a sudden that after knight takes d4, that Black's playing knight b2. Maybe. No, I think you do cotton on to that. Or do you think that Black would play g5? Would that be your thought? If you see that knight takes d4 is met by knight b2, then you're going to take with a bishop on d4. I'm absolutely convinced of that. Absolutely convinced of that. I just don't think that you want to allow that when you start to get a grip of the counterplay and the irritation that you're going to have defending the c3 pawn, then unless you feel I can sacrifice the c3 pawn, and that's what you've been calculating. I suppose what I'm trying to find really. You're trying to sort of find the moves that the sort of stuff that Gukesh might have been calculating. And I could imagine calculating this somehow. Just trying to make this sort of stuff work. I mean, I really want to. I really want to sacrifice stuff. I mean, I just want to do stuff like this somehow. Yeah. And if e takes d5, then e takes here. But this would be a a whole leap of faith, really, because just nothing's clear. And there's always these very irritating moves like Queen D3 just to cut things dead. There's not even any fun to be had somehow. You're just cut dead. This is a little bit. I'm getting a little bit worried about Gukesh now. Time to get worried about Gukesh, right? Because you should have been ready to take back on D4 straight away. You had to be ready. And I'm not saying that I would be, or that I would do it better, but somehow you have to be. I think he's going through a bit of a tricky patch in the game at the moment, Gukesh. I think maybe with the depth and the thought that he's given, he's sort of realized what's taken me ages together with the engine to sort of understand that it's not as easy as it all seems. And I think he's struggling now to readjust and work out what he wants. But yeah, I mean, Leela also, giving this line, which again, I was saying, why not just give up the pawn and play f5? And I do think, this is also very natural human stuff. And Leela giving knight h4 there, bishop takes d5. Not a great line necessarily, but yeah, I mean, there's danger, right? It looks white's got to be a little bit, black's got to be a little bit careful here. You feel it's. Yeah, all of that feels feels sort of decent somehow, and that's the sort of thing I'd be feeling that was what I have to do somehow. If I think I'm going to get bogged down after knight takes d4, knight b2, and I'm not going to be able to, and black's going to get stuff like queen c. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to draw on this board here. Queen c4 into d3, then I would play bishop takes d4 in a flash. Or c takes d4. But I mean, bishop takes d4, bishop b5, f5. I mean, queen c6, and then queen c2, knight b2, rook f2. I mean, black can play stuff like bishop d3, but it feels like black's having to make quite a big effort here. I'm really feeling like, black's really having to make. If you play the bishop to d3 or whatever, you're really having to play with your pieces very intricately somehow. And I like that feeling, I like the feeling that, but this is a bit, 5 minutes now. This is really. Oh, Gukesh not at the board. Oh, good Lord. I often, yes, it's not a good time to go for a break. It was clever of Ding. Did Ding play it when he wasn't at the board? Because that's very clever. If Gukesh really knew exactly what he wanted to play, then he's going to gain an awful lot of time there. That was very clever. Back just now. So I've often wondered, if you measured the time that I spend in the toilet during a game, it's oof, two with a knight. Well, there we are. My goodness, I'm guessing some of the moves, but oh, glad you're enjoying this. DR Parola. I think this is super. I think this is absolutely genius. I don't know whether. I hope some other broadcasts are making use of it somehow, right? I'm doing live chess commentary, fingers crossed, tomorrow, and I think another day as well. So I'm certainly going to try and bring this and try and point people towards this. So definitely am, because Ding knight b2 like a boss immediately. Wow, Ding. I don't know. Yeah, I think Ding's fingers crossed. he's played this really well. I mean, he's really played this excellently. Leela side 800 watching. Oh, brilliant. Naptha must be pedaling like crazy to keep Leela going. And Mr. Beads must be there with the fans, keeping Leela cool. So great. 800. Well, let's hope we can get that up more and more, because frankly, this deserves thousands and thousands, right? There's nothing else like this, really. Knight b2. Now, Gukesh, have you got something planned now? Or is Knight b2 going to take you by surprise? To be honest, in a practical game, it would have definitely the... Oh, fantastic. Thanks, Adam. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing streams every day on this, but anyway, I'll be doing, fingers crossed, be doing live chess tomorrow, together with Laura and oh, good lord, it's Austrian Grandmaster. Is it Fabio? I'm sorry. I do apologise. Florian. I'm missing his name, but very strong player. But going to be doing that, so that should be great. Website still under development. Oh, fantastic! Yeah, if people have got suggestions, then brilliant. I mean, to be honest, the only thing I would like, from my point of view, is to be able to play a few moves without. Yeah, Leela doesn't have to analyze them, but just to play a few moves to demonstrate some stuff. You know, because I'm switching back to the light chess board. You know, but to be honest, that's no big deal either. Maybe it's even clearer doing it that way. But this is really, you know, this is really, really nice. I mean, I think this is just outstanding, simply, you know. So absolutely brilliant. Now, I'm a little bit worried about Gukesh because he's spending a long time thinking. And I know that I'm pretty convinced that if I was playing this practically, I would have been spending all of my time on G5. That would have been the move that I would have expected, which you've got to admit Leela is not particularly impressed with G5. But that would have been the move I was really expecting. Actually, this line even popped up in my head. Queen takes C5, and then, you know, that's the sort of thing that I would have been looking at and thinking this is what my opponent's going to do. But Queen E3, fairly quick from Gukesh. Queen E3, not the main line, but still decent. So Queen C4 is Leela's main move there. Probably not the main move. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, H5 and Rook C8 sort of feel like the moves I would probably try and get in the quickest somehow. Maybe Rook C8, but I'm actually very interested to see whether whether, you know, if Gukesh plays H5, if Ding plays H5 rather, whether Gukesh will play G5, or whether he'll try and play something like F5. G5, not a very natural human move, it must be said. Lots of interesting decisions there. So let's have a look. So Queen E3. So yeah, if I was black, I think I'd probably want to throw in Rook C8 and then play H5. That would be probably my most natural thing. You know, just get the rooks. It's sort of. I mean, I would be sort of thinking, you know, what's the best way to sort of be able to meet F5. It must be said though that this move Knight C4 returning is actually quite an unpleasant, irritating thing to happen. Actually. Maybe Queen H3, Queen E5, but it would feel, having, you know, moved the bishop to E1, cutting the communication of the rooks, that would seem to be quite a decent way of playing it. And after H5, yeah, I might be thinking about playing H3, to be honest. don't think Leela likes this at all, but I do sort of wonder why this wouldn't be reasonable. I guess the question here is, how do you deal with this move Queen C4 into D3? I have to say this counterplayer. I mean, it kind of looks obvious when Leela tells you, but I can tell you that if I was, on the black side, I'd be really, feeling on the edge, thinking if I make one miscalculation here, and just miss a simple white move that cuts all the counterplay dead, then I'm looking really stupid. I'm looking like I don't understand chess at all. In actual fact, saying about that, I'm wondering about just playing Rook F3 in this position. Gukesh has actually set himself up quite nicely to be able to do that. Why wouldn't you? He's played Rook C8 first. Yeah, okay, that's good. That is the most natural move, natural human move to play. I think you do feel that if you force the bishop back to E1, or if you force the Rook F to C1, that you're really making your own king a lot safer. Again, yeah, I mean, it's quite, these are big decisions for Gukesh somehow, yeah? I mean, I'm quite interested to see that after Rook C1, Queen C4, Bishop G3, yeah, Leela isn't even wanting to play Queen takes A2, which looks sort of natural, right? But it doesn't want it. Leela doesn't want it at all. I mean, the one thing, what I'm vaguely wondering about there is Queen E3, Rook C8. Oh, that's been played. Let's just Rook C1, Queen C4. Ooh, Queen C4. What was it? F5, I think Leela was saying, wasn't it? Oh no, playing Bishop G3 there. If Queen A2, yeah, you might have to look out for a move like C4, when, yeah, might be tricky for your queen to get back into play. Something like Queen B2, though. No, it's not really. I don't know. What would you do? F5? I mean, maybe the A pawn is not so dangerous, right? I mean, it's not like it's going to queen, especially since you played Rook C8. So maybe that just encourages you to give the pawn away and just go for the counterplay. Now maybe F6 now. This could be quite dangerous. Have some knight F5s coming in. Could be. But yeah, what Leela's looking at is F5 just to try and wreck that, and then Queen D3. So, Leela just wants to swap off the queens in this one and make everything safe. That's quite high class play, right? Really understanding the position and working it out. Rook AC1 from Gukesh. Gukesh is brave. He's ready to sacrifice his A2 pawn. Wow. I mean, I'm actually thinking that after Queen C4, Gukesh will play F5, I think. Oh, this is hotting up, right? This is really hotting up. Hey, Catherine. So F5. I'm pretty sure he's going to do that. And then the question is, what on earth has Leela got planned? Probably knight D3, I guess. But why? Yeah, I'm not sure really. Knight D3. I mean, I start thinking that that I can do all sorts of dangerous things here, right? Like F6. I mean, at some stage, I don't really care if they're dangerous or not, right? I mean, they're just for a human, they're very scary. I guess you could do stuff like knight C1, because if you go something like rook C1, then, well, I could even take and go bishop takes B4 with this pin here. I'm guessing there's probably knight c1. I guess I'd rather take on here, but then we take on a2. I'm taking here, and how far am I into your position? Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm reasonably far. Queen g5. Threatening queen g5. This is scary, right? This is scary. I mean, what Leela odds has been streamed the entire match. Oh. I won't be able to do that. I am doing some live chess streaming, at least a couple of days. So start one tomorrow at least. But yeah. Oh, good Lord, Sese is saying better for. Wait a minute. Let me just. Sese is saying better for white. F5, Queen D3, and then they don't want to avoid anymore. Wow. Yeah. Well, this is going to be crazy. Ding going for Queen C4. Well, this is going to be really interesting, right? Because I mean, Ding is a superb calculator, right? I mean, he was in his when he's playing well. By the way, I can recommend a book. There's a book, Ding Liren's Best Games. It's for New in Chess. It's done by, and I forget his name. A very nice guy. It's a brilliant book. It really is. But the quality of games, it's actually like there's a similar book written about Caruana's Best Games, where you sort of think, my goodness me, but these guys, well, Ding is a world champion, but Caruana isn't a world champion, and he can play like that, right? I mean, like, it's just unbelievable the quality of wins and everything that these guys are producing, every type of position. So yeah, I mean, Ding's maximum level is astonishing somehow. So yeah. But I think the big problem that we're facing here is that after f5, we're going queen d3. And I was thinking queen f4, but I think, are we just claiming that rook takes c3 is just going to be, it's just going to be fine for black? Because that's absolutely disgusting if it's true. That doesn't make any sense at all. Nah, it can't be true, right? I mean, I'm going f6 here. And takes, I'm coming round the back here. So this can't be true. This can't be what they're wanting. But I saw that Stockfish recommended rook e1, and I think Leela recommended g5 or something, but queen f4 is surely what you want to do. I mean, what you can do is play the move g5, right? This is possible. Oh, maybe this is the one. And after takes, you take with the queen on g6. Oh, Matthew, very nice. Yeah. I mean, totally agree. I mean, Ding is Davarin. That's right, Davarin. Yeah, that's right. It was a great. It was a great. He really has played so many good games. It's really one. I mean, you look at it, you think it's one of the best players of all time, simply. But I think this is the point. This is the point, right? After Queen f4, I think we're going g5 simply. You can't avoid the exchange, and then you're taking back with a queen. That's the big one. And you're freeing knight d3, and you're freeing bishop g4. You're getting killed here, getting absolutely slaughtered. If you go queen g3, we go h5. We just start. We're just going to swap everything off and ruin you. Ruin you everywhere. Ooh, this is big. f5. He's played f5. Of course he has. Yeah, it's the only human move, but it's and I can tell you he's playing queen f4 after, and I do believe that Ding is going to play Ding's going to play g5 here. But Gukesh is going to avoid the exchange of queens. He has to simply. I can't believe he's going to. Yeah, queen f4 g5. That's what Leela's saying. Yikes. Wow, this is dramatic. God, Gukesh is behind on time now. Wow. No forced three folds, please, Naptha. So, okay, so if I was playing, by now I would have seen Queen F4 G5, probably whilst Ding was thinking about, probably around Queen C4, I would have started seeing that sort of stuff. So I mean, Queen E1 might be an idea. Or is this maybe the repetition that you're seeing? Queen C4, Queen E3. It's quite interesting. Queen E1 might be a sensible move to try. Just keeping everything in reserve, and also, you know, F6, bishop H4 is a little bit weakening. You end up with maybe H4. How are we looking here? Here, okay. What's so bad about this is that I keep on wanting to sack stuff, but you know, I'm looking at it and saying, yeah, I don't seem to be getting any counterplay in return, right? I mean, how is this possible? I mean, I'm actually guessing even bishop A4, well, certainly needs to be investigated, right? Although this might actually give you, or yeah, maybe taking first. Yeah, I mean, it might actually give you, yeah, this is going to give you some way serious. So you can't do that. But okay, this might be an idea. I don't know. So I guess I'm chasing you away now, right? Can you survive? Can you survive? Gukesh looking stressed. Yeah, it's just gone bizarre, hasn't it? It's gone wrong. But it's just not really. It's not understand. It's to be honest, it feels a bit like voodoo somehow. I don't quite understand how it can have gone wrong so badly so quickly. Which probably shows that it's gone a bit beyond my understanding of chess. That is it's quite something. This it's quite special. But okay, you know, let's. It's still not over yet by any means. No, what? He blundered. He blundered. He blundered. Queen E1. No, Queen E1 is what I was looking at. So, oh my goodness, Leela, Leela. What, Leela? It was going wrong, but Leela. But this was what I was looking at, right? Bishop G5, Rook C2. Now, Bishop B4 is not good, but I think maybe the point is that the pieces you can survive inside. It's a bit like Go. This you can survive inside White's territory somehow, because I'm now threatening Bishop. I mean, Bishop A4 is a massive threat here. It's absolutely collapsing. You know, I've actually got the feeling that this is at some stage it's getting so bad so quickly. It's not even going to be difficult for White to win this, for Black to win this. It's not even, you're not even going to have any nerves about it. And it's just unbelievable. I simply cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. Wow. Well, I'd say get your hands on those 20% chance bets for Ding, I would say, because this is pretty impressive, really. F5, Bishop G5, exactly. So I mean, Leela looking for some urgent repair work here with knight b3, bishop d4. Sorry, knight b3, bishop d4. But yeah, this is not what we want, right? I mean, Leela's PV here looks like one of its odds games. I think, you know, just punting it. It's still quite dangerous, but yeah, that a pawn is actually quite a serious problem. And I don't think that Gukesh will play knight b3. I think that's too complicated. It's not very obvious that you can do this somehow. I think the only human move is rook c2, really. Because actually, I don't even understand after knight b3. Oh, after knight b3, why you can't even just take on c1 here? I mean, that queen takes c1, then I could take on c3, queen g5 maybe. Maybe this would be dangerous. Well, that might be, yeah. That might be an idea, because yeah, Leela's very undecided about all this, but Leela's looking at playing after castles, looking at playing b5 to stop or dissuade bishop a4. Although again, I'm slightly wondering about just taking on b5 here, because if knight takes b5, then queen takes b5. Oh, sorry, queen takes c2. Sorry, I mean, Leela's obviously seeing some chances somewhere, but they're not at all obvious to me somehow. But I think Ding's, if Gukesh can just hold on for a little bit longer here, just find a few things, then, yeah, Ding's still got some good work to do. So yeah, rook c2, rook c4 from Ding. Well, I hadn't, but that was one of the top moves, right? Second best move. Oh, second best move. Still, Leela still very happy about. Castles was so natural, yeah. But Ding's going for it somehow, yeah. I mean, he's really yeah, he's really going for it. Threatening rook takes d4, of course. I don't know. I mean, in some ways, is this maybe not so bad, right? Because Ding's playing very forcing, so he's going to be forcing Gukesh to find only moves now. So I wonder whether that might actually help a little bit. The point was, if you'd gone castles in this position, then White's got to find something to do, which is not at all obvious. Whereas here, Gukesh is Ding is maybe trying to force things a little bit with rook c4. So yeah. But that said, it's not very easy to find the moves that are good. The one thing that you can say is that queen b1 does occur to you because you're threatening rook takes b2 with the queen undefended. So that is an absolutely natural move for you. Now, obviously, you're seeing that you're losing a pawn, but actually, to be honest, this is feeling like, oh, maybe chances, right? Takes bishop d5 and maybe e6, right? And I might have queen f5. That's feeling like, it's feeling like chances, this move. But you've just got to spot this queen b1 and have this threat. And what you've also got to spot is that after knight a4, now, do you have something like rook d1? I mean, you are actually trapping the queen there, but something like knight c3 could come and hit you. But okay, this is not. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, these are sort of. I feel these are very much Ding tactics somehow. So, but I don't quite know. I don't know whether they're, well, rook d3, knight b1, you're covering a3, which is really, really unpleasant somehow. I think that Ding would play knight a4, to be honest, if you did that. I thought Leela that Leela was suggesting throwing this one in first and playing queen b1, which is totally non-intuitive to me. I think the idea is to have this one, when the so that you get some dark squares basically and some massive play. This would not be pleasant for black to play, but again, I don't know whether Gukesh would ever play a move like h4. Well, I mean, this is the question. If Ding was in his prime, I'd be saying I'd be expecting him to finish you off with some coruscating tactics. Just the question is here whether yeah, in what sort of form he is somehow, because obviously he'll be getting nervous too and be remembering the things that have gone wrong for him. And Gukesh, 20 minutes. It's not very much time for 17 moves in this position. But I think he's got to put in a lot of work now to try and find something here. I don't think he'll go h4. I can't believe he'll go h4. I could never. I don't think I could really conceive of myself thinking that h4 would improve my position after bishop f4. It seems to make everything worse, basically. The queen b1 would be what I would play, but as I said, I'd be most worried about knight a4. That's not what Leela's looking at, is it? No. So what could we do here? It's a bit of a toughie, this one. Rook d1, knight takes c3. I mean, that looks to be, because rook c3, I just go queen b1, that's no problem. And there's nothing else I can do, right? And I just don't really think this is just looks very good for black, doesn't it, really? What could it be after knight a4? No, I agree. If 2018 Ding shows up, then Gukesh has got a real fight on his hands. Yeah, no, if Ding wins this, then game he won, absolutely, right? I mean, he's just, yeah, Gukesh has done nothing stupid. He's done nothing stupid at all. This is really good. This is Ding, just showing just enormous amount of qualities here. So, yeah. The question is now, I mean, this is, obviously we're just going to see how are the nerves going to be, right? And the nerves not only of playing in the World Championship here, but also the nerves of not having won, so many games like this in a long time now, because he's had winning positions and then hasn't been able to push them through. I think it's absolutely critical that Gukesh, he just has to find some ways of causing problems, right? That's all he needs to do. He has to somehow have some pressure that he can put on Ding. But I'm just totally struggling to see how this isn't Leela's best line. But I don't even see how you even survive this somehow. No, I think Gukesh knew his position was bad when he declined the queen trade, but he just thought the ending was going to be horrible with those weak queenside pawns, I think. And I would agree. I don't think, the engines seem to think that was the least bad option, but I wouldn't have guessed it ever, I wouldn't have guessed it ever. It's this is something quite, this is incredibly deep, right? I mean, I can't stress enough how, this is just unbelievably. This is very hard to grasp properly, even with engines helping, right? So, my goodness. But I think Ding is really, this is a sort of position that Ding will enjoy. But I don't even see how Black's, how you're dealing with this line somehow. And that's only one line, so maybe you've got something brilliant. Queen's very close to being trapped, but I can't see how to do it. Maybe knight f3. Could you maybe do this? Then go rook d1 after. Doesn't look remotely convincing somehow. So, oh, he's played h4. Wow, the move I said a human player would never play. And bishop f4 played very quickly. Yeah, excellent, excellent play. Very good from Ding. He knows what he's doing. I mean, he's really decided. He's putting his pieces. Yeah, h4 is amazing. I don't think I would have. He's really putting his pieces into White's position here. No, I mean, this is all incredible calculation, right? Because queen d3, knight b2, bishop f4, they're loose, right? You don't do this if you're not confident. This is really good play. I think Gukesh will play queen b1 now. I don't think there's any other move that you can play that makes any sense at all. So I think he will go queen b1. But it's still very humanly, this is incredibly sharp still, right? I think if Gukesh finds this chance with queen b1, then, you know, I think it's still anybody's game, unless after queen b1 there's something clearer than this rook takes c3. You know, I think that's very, because this rook takes c3, like it's played queen b1. Okay, so knight a4, that's what I wanted. I wanted knight a4. Oh yeah, but this is what Ding's going to play. Knight a4. I'm pretty convinced knight a4 is what Ding's going to play. Yeah, I couldn't find anything against it. And it doesn't look like there is anything against it. It's probably just not as good as rook c3, but knight a4 here. I mean, you know, you're coming back and you're attacking the queen, and the best that the engines think there is to do this. The best that Leela thinks there is this, but this is just really good, right? I mean, this pawn is weak. You've got the knight strong. This is like a really good endgame. Because Leela's main line is kind of weird for a human, right? I mean, takes, knight e2, this fork, bishop c5, and your king's trapped. Okay, you're sort of how many pawns are you down? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're 3 pawns down, but you know this is kind of worrying. You know, I could easily, you know, this is Leela odds chess, right? This is Leela odds chess, so I wouldn't fancy doing this. I like knight a4 much more. I think knight a4 is just really the move you want to play. So what is Leela saying here? Rook d1 takes, rook h3, and then Leela's saying h5, undermining those guys. E takes f5, king e7. I'm getting deja vu. It's probably all wrong, but it looks like the game that Ding beat Magnus with somehow. This, so I don't know why I'm thinking that, but yeah, this is humanly doable. This is much more than the other line, I think. So I think if Ding plays knight a4, he's almost there, I think. Because I think that's a really difficult position for White to defend. If he plays rook c3, then I'm kind of worried somehow, or kind of worried. I mean, I think it's still very much a fight in a human game, with this sort of tension and with you know, not so much time left. What does Stocky say? Knight a4 is minus 1.04. Okay, rook takes c3 best. Yeah, they'll want to play like total lunatics, these yeah. No, I understand, but I just think that that knight a4 is I mean, you're swapping off queens, right? So it's you're really forcing the swapping off queens. So that would be really good. That would be grandmasterly technique, I think. Yeah, I still think the game is pretty much in the balance, to be honest. I think if rook takes c3 happens, I'm still thinking all three results are possible. Well, particularly two, white win or black win. If knight a4, I'm thinking it's either going to be a black win or a black draw. I think the white's winning chances disappear with knight a4. That's my feeling. And yeah. How long is Ding going to spend on this? I think he's probably going to spend about 8 or 9 minutes. I think, because I think he'll still have a 5 or 6 minute time advantage. Yeah, 15 moves to make before the time control, but I think it's quite important just to spend the time. I mean, if I was looking at this, to be honest, I would be the line I'd be looking at would be. Obviously, I'd be making sure that all this works. I guess I was thinking about rook f3, but actually, yeah, simply bishop e5, right? Everything's hanging. I mean, this is the glory of it, right? I mean, you swap off the queens and you've got more pawns hanging. And if you see this move undermining these as well, then you're thinking, wow, I mean, I can really live myself out here, and I've also got this big pass c pawn, which is, got good chances of running. So I think you just get really tempted by that somehow. Whereas, if you're looking at rook c3 and you think, ooh, bishop c5, now my king can't castle, and thinking, well, and how exactly am I getting my king castled? There might be all sorts of things somehow. I just think you get nervous, right? And it's not that I'm a guy who typically has shied away from calculating this stuff concretely and grabbing pawns, but I do think that the knight a4 is better for human technique now. Apologies to Indian viewers, culturally conditioned to support the underdog. Yeah, no, I'm not. To be honest, yeah. Oh, I hope I'm not being biased or anything there. I like both players enormously. Ding I've never met, but just like how he is. And Gukesh I've met once and talked to him, and yeah, I thought he was just a extremely nice person, and just yeah. Just amazing how strong he is. Just yeah, what I really want is a great match, right? And obviously been very worried about Ding, not being in a good state and not being able to show all he can do. If he can do that, then wonderful. It's would be absolutely absolutely wonderful. And I don't think that means that Ding would win against Gukesh, even if he plays his best, because Gukesh is phenomenal. But it will give us, I think, a match to treasure. So that's what I'm hoping for. So, but does seem nervous on the cam. Oh, he's played rook takes c3. Oh, I think it's game on. To be honest, that's my prediction. You shouldn't always play the Leela move. Okay, so even Leela Night odds think it would be an uphill struggle to hold this if black plays rook takes c3. Okay, fair enough. Ding is going to take all of Gukesh's pawns. That is absolutely true. So But look at that, white 5.2% probability, black 78.2. Wow. So there is another possibility that does actually occur to me. I imagine it probably occurs to Gukesh as well, although I wouldn't have played, don't think I would have played, included it with h4, bishop f4, but it's takes. Oh, but they're not talking about, they're taking with a bishop, aren't they? Yeah, I mean, I was wondering about this basically, you know, and with the idea of maybe having queen f5 and all that. The only problem with including h4, bishop f4 is that black also gets queen h3 ideas. I mean, I don't know whether they're any good, but they look incredibly scary there somehow, you know. So that's why I didn't. I don't think you go for that at all. So rook takes c3 played, queen takes c3 will be played, and I'm guessing Gukesh is playing knight e2. Well, maybe you could, yeah, maybe you could take on e6 first. I don't know if you take on e6 first. Wait a minute, just refresh. If you're taking on e6, is there any possibility for black to go wrong? Is this a wrong move? I suppose is what I'm asking, or is it just? I mean, I guess you could do pretty much the same, but is this? Oh yeah, but this is probably better for white, isn't it? With the bishop blocked like this, and even some mating threats there, we might be able to do something good like that. That still doesn't look great for me, I have to say, but maybe we would get something, would get some chances somehow. I mean, even something quiet, just queen c2, you know, and you might get queen c3 in, you might get queen f2. He's done it. Yeah, that's good. That's really good. That's a good practical move. That is good. So things got to calculate that. In all fairness, though, there isn't that much to calculate because after bishop e6, there isn't going to be much else but knight e2, knight b5. I just take on e5, and I'm covering d6 and c7. So at the shallow eval after the next. It's less decisive and white has higher chances. Okay, and let's have a look. Oh, yeah, indeed, the white chances have gone up a little bit there. Well, so far has outcalculated him indeed. It's just oh, queen h7. My goodness, absolutely right. That's pretty cool. Queen h7. Is there any defense to that even? I don't think there's any queen d4 check we can play, can't we? Ah, queen d4 check. So if bishop d4, we get rook h7, and if king h1, we get queen h4 with check. But well spotted, guys. Jesus. This is a very good practical decision from Gukesh. This is maximizing time consumption, basically. Because f takes e6, bishop e6, you're not 100% sure. I mean, after bishop takes e6, is there any other move we might? I suppose we could consider knight f5 there. I mean, the idea is, bishop d4. That's the basic idea. And I'm also maybe thinking about bishop d4 now, but I think probably we'd just castle, wouldn't we? I mean, I'm wondering. I was thinking that I had something clever here, but maybe I don't. Maybe this is a bit tricky. I thought I had queen d3 actually. With rook f4, I've got queen b1. I could probably just take and go rook f3 here or something. These guys are suffering. Knight f5. Maybe I could play queen takes then. Knight f5. It's not totally crazy. I mean, there's even queen takes c5, rook e1 as well. So I think castles looks normal, but then bishop d4 and this guy is hit. Okay, I go bishop f5. That's the big problem. I have to go bishop c3 and then I take on here most likely. Well, I can take on here. Would I have chances of saving? Should do, I guess. Rook c8 it's not. I can imagine I'm losing stuff somewhere, but maybe it's possible. Get opposite colour bishops. Knight f5. It might be possible. I mean, he's played knight. Oh, f takes e6. Ooh, f takes e6 played. Interesting. Knight e2. The whites. Look at those white winning chances. 12% to 34. Our draw chances increasing indeed. Very nice. Thank you, Leela. So queen takes e5. Yeah, that'll be the move. Knight takes f4 will be played quickly, I think. Very simply, no other move. Wonder if Ding will spot queen h7. So Gukesh thinking quite a long time here, but this is quite unclear, right? This is a tactical minefield. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Napster. This is absolutely bananas. This. A little surprised Gukesh is thinking. I'm wondering whether Gukesh has spotted the queen h7 trap and is trying to work out whether it's winning or not. Because there's no other move possible here, really. I mean, you could, I mean, bishop d4 or whatever, but no. I think, and if you don't take the bishop, then bishop e3 is going to come in, so knight f4, queen f4, and bishop c5, right? You play quickly, I think. There's no other move. No other move here. And I'm not saying that because I've got an engine. This is just, there is just no other move. I mean, if you had something useful to do, because I mean, castle kingside allows bishop c5, right? So, I mean, you can't actually do that, but something like bishop b5 is most likely going to come in and then castle kingside. And I mean, simply, you just don't have a particularly useful move that you can play. I mean, you could play g5, I suppose. I mean, g5 is possible, right? That is sort of vaguely possible. With the idea of castles bishop c5, which is rather evil. But black plays bishop b5 in that position to hit your rook. And after you go rook e1, I go castles, and I think you're probably... You can go bishop c5, I go rook e8. I'm covered, so you don't have this bishop d5. And I just think you've got nothing anymore. And h4 is hanging as well, and I've got knight d3 coming in. Yeah, Gukesh spending a lot of time here. You just got to do it now. Bishop c5 should have been whacked out instantly. Really should have been. Because, yeah. I mean, you know, the point is that the point is that, you know, it's worth, it's about, you know, taking your things. I mean, it's worth spending time on bishop c5 if you've got a number of other plausible continuations and you think, well, you know, Ding will have to spend his time after bishop c5 thinking about all sorts of stuff. You know, Ding will be wasting his time now thinking about all sorts of other moves like g5 or whatever. But there isn't really anything else. I mean, there's only bishop c5, so let's just play it and then get the position somehow. Or maybe Gukesh is going to blitz it, you know, play bishop c5, queen g4, and then play a move quickly after. Or maybe he spotted that queen takes h7 isn't actually winning, you know. I mean, that's possible too. It's but this is a slightly, it feels a slightly strange moment to be spending a lot of time on. Yeah, Alex, that's possible. Now, yeah, I was sort of thinking after bishop c5, maybe rook h8 back again, just to try and then have knight d3 or something. But yeah, some sort of play. But I don't think. Yeah, I think there's better for white there. This is too long a thing. This is too long. This thing. This is way too long. I'm sorry. You gotta. Come on, Gukesh. You've gotta get those moves out. Just put the pressure on black. That's. I mean, this rook f3 is really nice. I think maybe Gukesh, he might just be readjusting, needing to readjust. I get the feeling. Maybe he just and he's just trying to really believe that queen h7 isn't working somehow. I know how it is. Yeah, you know, you sort of spend time checking. I'm not being stupid, am I? It's true. This doesn't work. How can this not work? But he's still got plenty of swindling chances here. So yeah, you know, he just needs to go for them, I think. I mean, he might be considering, in all fairness, a move like bishop c5 and rook f2 is also vaguely interesting, because then you really are threatening queen h7, you know, because you've covered that check. But I guess black would probably play queen h4 anyway. It might not be a bad idea, this. I mean, if here, you could maybe even do something like bishop d5, right? And I want to go here, queen e1, and set up this one, you know, so king d8. I've got rook f8 check and queen h4. That would be quite sweet. Rook f2 doesn't look bad. Oh, I don't know. Rook f3 doesn't seem human. I think rook f3 is findable. I mean, you're just doubling up on the f file after all. I think rook f2 is not human findable. So I don't know, but rook f2 feels more natural to me somehow. Yeah, but I mean, the value of rook f3 is that it attacks a3 as well. So, I mean, you're also threatening to come around there. That's why it's quite a nice move. I mean, I think maybe rook f2, maybe we'd go bishop b5 there and be threatening knight d3. And it might be, although, I don't know, maybe queen e1 then. Oh, no, queen e1, we've got knight d3, it's covering e5, curses. You might be struggling after bishop b5. You might indeed. Although having seen Leela odds, I'm sort of thinking, well, this is probably just chances, isn't it, for black? But would probably be a bit too much. Now, I guess that rook f3 is better. I mean, you're attacking a3 and you're threatening queen f1. It's quite a nice move, to be honest. But why is Gukesh thinking? Why? Or is he thinking? No, he's played queen c2. Wow. No. No. Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, queen c4 is really powerful, right? I mean, that's just a really powerful move. And then castles kingside are, yeah, no, this is... I think I'd say this is gone, to be honest. After such a long thing, 6 minutes. Oh, anyway, by the way, I just sorry, just occurred to me that rook f2 there was queen d1. That's why rook f3 was also important, just to stop the queen coming to d1. But queen c2, nah, this is not right. I think if Ding finds queen c4 here, then I think we're pretty much gone really, because queen d2 we go castles and we're threatening queen takes g4 there. So I wonder what Gukesh missed somehow. He must have just missed an idea somehow, because this is really too simple. I mean, in fairness, I think this was Gukesh's idea, wasn't it? If knight c4 to block, then you go bishop c5 and queen f2, which kind of feels, quite natural and attacking somehow. I mean, I think that's probably the idea, and it's a pretty good one too. But it's just that this move queen c4, maybe queen c4 is what he missed somehow. Yeah, to be honest, I would expect Ding. I think you just see queen c4, and then you just say, okay, that's my move. I don't really care what other moves there are in the position. It's queen c4 somehow. So also slightly surprised about that he's thinking, but okay. I mean, he's got some time. I mean, there's no need to be crazy. But I'm starting to think 4 minutes is more than enough somehow. Yeah, no, it's true. It's true enough. But it's just there's no variations to it virtually, right? I mean, you play queen c4, queen d2, and then you castle, and well, you're 2 pawns up. I mean, unless he's seeing something, but there's just nothing else really. There really is nothing else. But Windfish, aren't you in? I thought you were in Europe, right? You're not in America. It's a perfect time for you. Absolutely, Windfish. So, yeah, I don't know. Now I'm a bit, I'm slightly mystified, but okay. I think Ding is just, he's being doubly sure. I mean, it is the World Championship. It is the first game, and he's probably a little bit nervous. We can probably allow him that. It's just hard to see what. I can't think of any move that comes remotely close to Queen C4. So he's played it. Excellent. Well played. Yeah, I mean the best Leela is yeah, a little too agitated. Yeah, it's but this is such obviously such a big thing for Ding, I think, as well. It's this is Leela's line. Now maybe there is something to calculate. Yeah, I mean, come to think of it, Queen E3. It's yeah, this is kind of important, I guess. But actually, looking at this, even here, I guess you can say as white, okay, I'm clearly lost. But although no, you don't have any chances, do you? Not bringing the bishop into E4 as well. You're never going to have any chance of holding that. But no, I mean, yeah, I mean, Gukesh's move is it's sort of like it's trying to it's keeping the tension, right? You know, you're not. It's just letting Black get castle just feels so wrong. You know, it's if Black couldn't castle, if he'd lost his castling rights, then I'd probably, you know, you sort of say, well, he's just keeping the tension, not letting anything happen. But yeah, here getting the king castled, it just feels, you know, so much better. But in all fairness, yeah, I mean, the more the more, yeah, the more I look at it, I mean, the more you have the feeling that you really need to. The more you have the feeling that you really do need this quite. This move bishop after this move bishop d4, you really do need this sharp line that Leela was looking at somehow. Although, because knight to d3 and then queen e3, would Gukesh have seen this? Because it's quite weird somehow, and you've been knocked by queen c4. Maybe he has. Have you seen this? Then I mean, it's not a bad try, because I mean, basically, Black needs to do this far from obvious. Although, does he really need to do it, or could he also just play e5 in this position? I'm just trying to work out how difficult it is for Ding to find this somehow, and you know how good a practical chance this was from Gukesh. And I think e5 works as well. To be honest, I don't think. So after bishop e5, it's quite obvious that you know you can take and take here. Then you know it's just doing it in this order where you're getting yourself pinned first of all, and then playing e5 is actually quite hard to spot, or you makes you rather nervous. But if you can just play e5 straight away, which I think you can, then yeah, then it just wasn't a very good approach. But Ding's spending a lot of time now. Ooh, Ding's getting nervous, I think, as well now. Absolutely no criticism implied there. It's simply a very tense situation. But yeah, but Ding's really got to find. He must be trying to calculate this line there that we're looking at, because he actually kind of needs to find it. I think another thing that he might be looking at actually is knight d3. Come to think of it, that might be. This is not so stupid, knight d3, because you're stopping bishop c5, and you're sort of centralizing like that. Ah, but he's played castles. Okay, he has played castles. That's fine. And bishop d4 from Gukesh. Moves coming in thick and fast now. Now I'm expecting knight d3 from Ding. There are some other moves, but they just don't really. No. I think Gukesh has only got queen e3 here now. And now it's up to Ding. And I think after queen e3, Ding can either take on f1 first or play e5 first. I don't think it makes. Well, I think both are are looking quite good. Although, yeah, probably probably not so. No, probably after, if I go e5 straight away, you'll probably take off and go here, I guess. And that's probably going to be a little bit more tricky for black. King's quite open, and queen takes g4, maybe queen b8. Still looks very good for black, but you could imagine some swindling chances there. So so yeah, queen e3, rook takes f1 followed by e5. That's the real one. If that goes in, then I think we're basically saying, it's either going to be a win, quite high probability for Ding, or a draw. But yeah, the white fighting chances for white to win have disappeared, I think. And Ding is calculating beautifully here. It's difficult enough calculating it with the machine to help. So just doing it on the board in a world championship, first game, all the pressure, all your own demons and worries and insecurities. And I don't just mean Ding, and his recent health worries, but I mean just the ones that you have that you bring to the board. So hard to do this stuff so well. And this is, so far, this is just an outstanding performance, and without Gukesh having done very much wrong, to be honest. I'm struggling to really pinpoint where there are individual moves that you say, okay, it might have been, could have been better or whatever, but I mean, in principle, he did nothing wrong. He played very reasonable moves, but just ended up in a much worse position than you think he deserved, really. That's the thing. Okay, so 2% is somehow the minimal winning chances there. I was surprised by e4, and I was a bit surprised. I was very surprised by the French. Yeah. No, it wasn't at all the game I was expecting here somehow. So brilliant. Absolutely thrilled with it. But yeah, so somebody. Oh, hey Tim, by the way. Somebody put in the chat that they thought this might be a throwaway opening from Ding, that he might play it once and not play it again. Well, if he wins with it, and it's not his main opening in the match, then wow, that's pretty nice. Okay, so e5 is also very strong. So, you know, it's more drawish than rook takes f1, but e5 is also strong. So he's got two good moves here. So, yeah, it feels a bit more human to go e5, just because rook takes f1, bishop f1 allows that pin somehow that feels, you sort of think, oh, I don't like that, but yeah, you know, I mean, you just have to see this, and it is slightly better than doing this, because yeah, this ending is a little bit more tricky for black. You need to find some good moves here. Yeah, Leela obviously not seeing any ghosts, playing queen here, but it's still a little bit tricky. The black king's awkward. You might get a bishop d5 in at some stage. You know, I think that's probably. I'd say that that white has got some drawing chances for that. Yeah, 23.7, Leela says, and I think that's right. But rook f1, if Ding finds rook f1, I think you're kind of talking pretty much nailed on certainty for the win. I think that Ding will make that. The dashed arrow, the dashed arrow, the dashed arrow. That's White's. That's the opponent's reply. Favorite now. Yeah, that's crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah. Crazy. Come on, Ding. So if you realise he's playing without increment, still got. I'm getting nervous. Oh, Gukesh only got 45 seconds. Wow. 45 seconds for 7 moves. That's not much. They should have made them play with analog clocks, shouldn't they? That would have been the real challenge. Yeah, it must be said, Ding is right. Spendis, he's done it. He has done it. Wow. That is calculation. That is calculation. That is brilliant calculation. I can tell you, oh, bishop g2. Ooh, bishop f5 is what he wants. Yeah, I think Ding's going to do that one. He's not going to swap off the bishop for his knight there. He's going to play bishop takes. He's going to play bishop f5 here and put that bishop on e4. Oh God! Look, yeah, brilliant. Look at the line. Leela's actually thinking that you can go knight c1 takes a2 at some stage. Then, yeah, this is very bad. Getting this bishop onto e4 is key for black. He's transformed his not very good bishop now. This French bishop is becoming mighty. No increments at all now. Ooh, white down to 19. Ooh. 24 seconds for three moves. Or bishop f1, I guess you. King h2. Oh, h6. Brilliant. Brilliant. Oh, this is a great performance from Ding. I think you're almost looking at one of the all-time great World Championship games, to be honest. I can't think of a single thing he's done wrong, simply. It's just incredible. Queen d1 now. It's just over. It's just over. Queen d1. So strong. Yeah. 40th move. He's lost on time, has he? No, played bishop d6 with 1 second left. Ding has he just grabbed the pawn, right? And his queen is so dominated. His queen's incredibly dominated here. Just queen c2 check. And queen a1. I mean, the thing is that this bishop on e4 is covering this diagonal, so the king's got a great safe square on f7, on h7, and you can't move the bishop away because g2 is attacked. So, there's just nothing to be done, right? You're just going to just play queen check, take the pawn, and then queen. These pieces on e4 and d3 are so good. This is so good. Yeah, brilliant. King g3 played immediately. Now, does Ding know that he's made 40? That is the question. Or is he going to... I don't know whether the players know they've made 40. Do the clocks do something, or do they... I think he knows he's made 40. I mean, it's simply impossible to think of any way in which White could have any counterplay, right? I mean, it's that bad. These pieces are just so strong. Bishop on e4, knight on d3. It's incredible. Yeah, amazing. I mean, I really thought that the Ding was in trouble, lost the thread of the opening, and turns out that he just had it. He kind of had it perfect all along. Amazing, absolutely amazing. It's yeah. Yeah. Whew, what a tension, though. It's but in terms of the match, in terms of the match score, just as a neutral, I think obviously you feel that yeah, Gukesh with his wonderful temperament, he's the guy who will come back strong from a first loss. I think you would have been really worried with Ding if he'd lost the first game somehow. But yeah, this was play. This was the old Ding somehow. Yeah. Has to be said, there is one rather cunning trap, which is that if we go, if I go Queen A2 and you go Bishop E6, you should not go King H7 because we have Queen takes E4 check, takes Bishop A2, which would be rather sad. I think that you would, yeah, that would be rather sad. So after Bishop E6, you have to go to H8. That's the most important thing to remember. Because after Queen takes E4, we've got Queen F2 check. From that point of view, you sort of feel Gukesh should maybe have blitzed out the other move there, right? Try to convince Ding that he hadn't made move 40. But I think that would be my, I would play Bishop E6 check, and then if King H8, I'd resign. I think would be my approach, because I don't think nothing else is looking like it's has any chance whatsoever. So yeah. Thanks very much, Naptha. Yeah, if you've got any feedback on this, to be honest, I thought it was more or less perfect. To be honest, yeah, I'm not really. I think the only thing that you might, yeah, you know, but this is all for the future somehow. But to be able to, you know, bring out Leela maneuvers, you know, from from its analysis lines and you know, stuff like that. But I mean, you know, this is absolutely wonderful. I think it really gives so much more insight, you know, than just the eval bar. It's a lot more challenging. You know, you're looking at it and you're working out what the eval bar means as well, and the analysis is super as well. So yeah, I think it's really excellent, Naps, and super thanks for you know, for all that you've done. It's really really quite amazing. The game one is one with the black pieces. No, it's not the first one. I remember. I remember. I wasn't there, by the way, but there is a famous match, Petrosjan against Botvinnik, that Petrosjan lost a horrible first game as white against Botvinnik in their World Championship match, and then proceeded to win the match. Um, but that was really horrible. I mean, you know, Gukesh played pretty well here, frankly, you know, but he just got overwhelmed by brilliance. But yeah, Petrosjan played like an absolute train against Botvinnik and got killed as white. But thanks very much. Yeah, I'll probably stay until the end just to see what happens. But yeah, do feel free to log off now as well. It's all pretty clear what's going to happen. But thanks very much, everyone, for turning up to the stream. It was it's a little bit of an unusual one. Spent looking at eval bars a lot, but I think it adds a lot to the whole thing. And yeah, you know, I think I definitely enjoyed it a lot. And yeah, as I said, tomorrow, normally speaking, I'm going to be on Lichess doing some commentary. So do take a look at the Lichess commentary. I think Lichess do so many wonderful things in chess. Definitely worth supporting them. And I mean, they do the Leela odds bots as well. So I mean, you know, you can't not love anyone who gives us Leela odds. And yeah, and I'll probably do a couple more streams like this during the championship as well. You know, just looking at Leela and doing it like this. But I'll try and keep everyone up to date with that. Depends a little bit on timings and work and everything. But yeah, it's yeah, this looks like it's going to be too much fun, really. So brilliant. Oh, thanks very much, Paul. Yeah, I think it's going to be the same for a lot of people during the week. They're going to be, you know, sort of keeping a half eye on the match and catching little bits. But lovely to have you on the stream. Well, I'm definitely going to try and punt Leela analysis on the stream. I don't know how keen they'll be, but yeah, I definitely would. We'll try and do that. But otherwise, you know, do keep on watching lc0.org, live.lc0.org, and I'll be back in days where I'm not commentating on Lichess to do some Leela stuff. Oh, thank you, Magic Hotel. Yeah, David and Ivanka are really lovely as well. So I'd say, you know, the nicest thing would be to have all of the streams open at the same time, and you just mute some and listen to others somehow. It's, but yeah, you know, I think there's something for everyone really. So this is obviously at the slightly more nerdy end of it. But, yeah, you know, I think it is lovely how much good commentary there is out there. So do take a look at everyone, and yeah, Ivanka and David are definitely worth it. So Bishop b6 played. Gukesh is going for the big trap now, which we pointed out. So king h8 or king h7. It's got to be king h8. This has the potential to be the most dramatic moment in chess history, I have to say. Thanks, Winfish. I'm actually feeling really nervous. Do you know, I don't know where Peter's commentating actually. It's do you know, I once king h8. Yes, there we are. I once played against Victor Korchnoi, and I beat. It was a two games in the tournament. I beaten him beautifully with white, and in the black game, I made a mistake, and Victor, was outplayed me beautifully. But at the end, I set a trap, and I had the feeling that he hadn't seen it. But I have never wished more that somebody was going to see one of my traps, because I thought that Victor's reaction, if he had got swindled at that late stage, I would not have wanted to experience it. So I was just praying, please, Victor, see the trap. But he saw it in the end, and then we had a lovely post-mortem, and and it was great. It was. But yeah, just hilarious that was. I've never. There we are. Well, there we are. Ding Liren has won the first game of the World Championship against Gukesh with in coruscating style, truly amazing style. I think it's possibly one of the greatest World Championship games I have ever witnessed. And certainly, at such an early stage in the match. Wow. And I think it's also important to say that Gukesh played unbelievably well as well. And, looking at the game, all I can say is that I am somewhat confused, because the way that Gukesh played, I just cannot believe that he ended up in such a difficult position, and I think that was due to the opening choice, Ding's opening choice, which was really out there sharp, and then the skill that he displayed. But I would say that I think that the Gukesh is also in pretty good form, to be honest. But just this time, you're just unlucky, right? Sometimes your opponent is just brilliant when you're talking about somebody of Ding Liren's quality, and that just happened today. But I definitely think that that there's lots more in this match, and that Gukesh will be back very, very strong in the rest of the match. And but yeah, fantastic. Congratulations to both players. Special congratulations, of course, to Ding Liren, and very big thanks to Naptha and the Leela team for this wonderful technology, that really enables us to see things that nobody else sees. Thanks to everyone who joined the stream. And hope to catch up with you regularly during the World Championship match. As I said, I'm should be streaming tomorrow on Lichess. Should go ahead. If it doesn't, I'll probably do another stream here. But should be streaming on Lichess. Very much looking forward to that. So hope to see some of you there. And thanks very much, everyone, for watching. Thanks for watching, everyone. Ooh, World Championship recap. So I'll have a look at that, Simo. It's a lot of work. Thanks very much, everyone. Thanks, Stella.